Nothing can save his soul. He doesn't give a fuck about anything except football, drinking, and rock and roll. He ain't nothing special. He's just like the rest of his mates, fighting for his cause and getting in trouble. Sometimes to time, gets to the state, cause his hooligans, whoa. So, I have a little bit of an issue here. Is Astaroth had a bit of a splishy splash on the shoulder here. So I'm going to have to figure out how to hide that or cover that up. But I want to finish this one. I want to finish this one today. Sorry. Sorry about that. It was a big cough. Really, really unprofessional. Fuck, where can I find that? Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding one of my paints. It's the color I actually need on this project. Oh, there it is. Wow. I don't know how you got back there. Hooligans, whoa. There you go. I was trying to figure out why the lighting was wrong, and I forgot to turn one of the lights on. Good morning, everybody. Welcome in. Blah. Blah. Knocking things over. Okay, that's the problem. My chair wheels were incorrectly aligned, and my chair was not going into position. I could not figure out why. I'm like, why am I so far over to the right? So we're just gonna. Excuse me. I have a bit of a cough right now, apparently. Also, I might need to go and change my shirt because it's quite warm in here right now. So I'm going to do that right in the beginning here before it gets too far in. Okay, yeah, I'm going to go do that really quickly, and then we're going to keep.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah.
Jace, hell yeah, fuck yeah. Of course you get in right the only moment I get up. And I'm just like, I gotta change the shirt. It is way too hot in here. Hope you're doing well, Jace. I need to get this model done. He's been sitting at like, what would you call this? Like 95%? 90? There's a couple small mistakes that need to get cleaned up. But like, this guy's been sitting way too close to done for too long. And I want to get it done and mounted. Home from work, having me scran. I don't know what scran is. That's slang we don't have here. Food. Okay. I guessed, but I also didn't know if it was, another one of your weird terms for cigarettes or something. You guys have a lot of weird slang for everything, so like, what's my volume at right now? Why is it? Okay. So interesting fact, no matter how loud my computer volume is, my voice volume doesn't change. So that's interesting to know. I got to figure out how to make my feedback quieter. I do like having the audio feedback, as my wife asked me. She's like, recently, she's like, how do you actually know how to change your voice when you're singing? And I told her, like, a big part of it is the fact that I hear my voice as you guys all hear it because I play my voice into my ear in real time. So I always hear the recorded version of my voice, not the actual, like, as it's coming out. It gives me a lot of ability to then just be like, okay, this is actually what I sound like right now. Slang changes depending on where you are in the country. It's not only that, but it's a whole thing for you guys. Fun fact, you can't get Uhu glue in Canada. So this is all made from Mod Podge and Stillwater. Hate that listen back. It's not for me. I do it because it lets me hear exactly what I sound like to you guys. It got really hard to get used to it at first, but I have because I'm on like a good PC, I have no delay on it. So if there is even like a fucking microsecond delay, I can't handle it. But if there's no delay, it doesn't bug me. In fact, I find it quite helpful. I gotta paint the blood now. Using a kind of translucent red. Also, can you get down and dirty? I don't think so. I'll take a look into that one though. All I'm gonna say though is like, I think that's pretty good for the fact that like that's just sculpted white glue essentially, and like very very slow curing resin. Sells to be fair. Exactly. I've had her down and dirty. Some people love the rust and moss, and some hate it. That's how every product is in this hobby. You know, I'm very excited. At the end of the day, for me, Jace, I can't access one product, so you're offering me an alternative that might be available. So I'm not really in a position to judge it when you're just helping me with something that might be there. And every single product in hobbying is super fucking subjective. Like there's no way to find a universal product. There will always be things that I like that others don't. But this is the end of this paint. It's also kind of nice because once I finish this model up today, which is the plan, this will be the first completed model I've done in the Mr. Pigment's paint set review. And then I can give him my honest feedback. And it's mostly positive. There's a couple things I don't like. We've been over again. It's not. And again, like it's even that like everything, right? I'm doing a review of a friend's paint set for this, and afternoon, Stolitzer and Stork. Thank you. We are finishing this today. This is also then going to be. Don't know if we're going to do it as a model swap or what happened, but I did say I was going to send this one to Jinx when it was done. Or that it was for her when it was done. For getting me into bust painting, and also so she, like, for the coaching and everything, can actually just physically see my work.
and see kind of what it looks like in person versus what she's seeing on camera. Don't believe there's anything you can get. That's just it, man. That's exactly it. Like these Fenris brushes, they're fucking awesome. I absolutely been raving about them. I'm starting to about like a month and a bit in, and like again, I paint more than most people do, so I'm gonna see wear and tear faster than most people are going to. But it doesn't change the fact that like I'm starting to see some wear and tear on them. They're still restoring nicely, but you know they're also getting a pass on that because they're $10 Canadian, which is fucking £5 or like $7 American. So I can't really give them a lot of shit when they're half the price of the Vallejo Pro modeler for me. And then they're also performing at that quality, right? So it's kind of funny. It's like, yeah, they actually are having some issues, but they're also being judged at their price point. And that's exactly it. You can get close, but like, this would be a perfect product if it didn't fucking have the issues it has. If I wasn't having any brush splaying, yeah, it would be a perfect product. The fact that I got, 8 weeks or like 8 hard weeks use out of it before I saw any brush splaying. Putting it through an absolute ringer of 40 plus hours a week of painting. My brushes saw a year's use in 8 weeks. I got the Squidmar brushes. I had the fine brushes. Still never found anything I'll buy over and over. I'll send you a link for these ones. They technically don't sponsor me. It was a one-off, so I don't get money for it. But like, they're just rebranded. They're just rebranded Rosemary, or they're rebranded. I think it's Rosemary Co. 33s for about a third the price. How are you liking the Squidmar brushes, though? I heard that they're using, what is it, Artist Opus as their manufacturer? I think that's what it was. They're Da Vinci. Right. Use 33s, probably get them cheaper here because they're made here. How much do they cost you there? Because that's kind of what's funny is, can you pick them up for under like £5 a brush? Or for new 33s? Or sorry, for 33s. Like, are they under £5? Used them once, looked amazing, fantastic bellies and tips, but time will tell. Let me know what you think about them at the end of the summer. That's honestly like, once you've finished your SMC entry, it's been the end of summer. They've taken an absolute shit kicking in the office. That's when I want to know how they're performing. That's why my Fenris ones, like, the more I'm working with them, the more I'm feeling comfortable telling people that I'm like, yeah, I'm quite impressed with them. I swear, Da Vinci fatigue greaser. Oh, dude, Da Vinci makes incredible brushes. I will not. You need to get some new brushes. These ones are very old and not very good. Again, I will say right ahead of time always, these were a free review batch that I was sent. It was a one-off sponsorship. I have no obligation to advertise them. I was just required to do 2 Instagram posts. So 33s are between 7 and 9, depending on size. Okay, so it's like, yeah, about half the price, or just under half price, or just over half price for the Canadian ones. But I can recommend the Fenris Workshop Kalinskis. I'm quite or Fenris Workshop Sables and Kalinskis. I'm very happy with them. I will always say that they sponsored me. I had to do 2 Instagram posts for them. Although when I straight up told them I wanted to get a link to the brushes so I could, plug them, they were like, guys, they were like, dude, you don't have to do that. Like, so the one that I swear by, Jace, like my favorite one right now, so the one you guys see me use the most is it's an arrow tip. So this is a size 0, but look at that fucking belly. And then when you need it to be fine, you turn the brush so it's narrower on one side so you can get to an even finer point while still holding fat amounts of paint. Yeah. Yeah, this is my favorite size 0. Because then oh look at that tip. Look at that tip. You just rotate your brush to the correct angle. And look at that. Look at how sharp that goes. And then as well, the other aspect to it is it allows you to have those nice larger flat brushing angles so you don't have to change brush when you're feathering something out, or if you just decide you want to go and apply paint in more of a brush stroke fashion. So it gives a lot of options. But I'd say the arrow tip is a fucking standout brush. Okay. I want to bring some more interesting colors into this, so let's grab some shadows. I'm pretty sure I am just like a brush killer. So am I, dude. And also, Jace, most people don't paint the way we paint. You are in the category of putting in 20 to 40 hours a week, which is much above the average. Most people paint maybe 2 to 3 a week. Most people have one night a weekend that they're like sneaking away from the family to sit in the fucking closet, quickly trying to scratch away. The point I'm getting at, exactly. So when you're in the kind of position that we're in where you're painting that much, of course we're going to go through our brushes faster. We kick the shit out of them. Most people aren't using their brushes the way that we use them. It's something I've always just kind of it was at the hobby shop, somebody was giving me like the same kind of comment, and then one of the other commissioned painters had to pipe up. He's like, dude, we just use them more than you guys. Part-time painters, you mean? That's what Boneless is known for, is being the part-timeiest of painters. Welcome in, White Wolf. Hope you're feeling a bit better today. I should put my gloves on. Been vicious today. That's good, man. That means you're back to yourself, and that it means nature is healing. Art Da Vinci, although the older ones are just... Yeah, Yeah, I've not used the Da Vinci brushes myself. Actually, I might have. I think Old Bendy might be a Da Vinci. Where's Old Bendy? Where are you hiding on me, Old Bendy? I don't even know what brand this one is anymore. So fucking old and worn. Where's Old Bendy? This was a Kolinsky at one point. Now it's my basing brush. I use it to apply basing powder. Hey, that's a 12-year-old brush. You put some fucking respect on Old Bendy's name. You put some fucking respect on that name. That is a 12-year-old brush. Not just a weirdo who names all of his paintbrushes. He made a brush out of a 12-year-old? Yes, White Wolf, it's exactly like the King Diamond album, The Puppet Master. I'm actually a dark wizard in Budapest, turning children into puppets and turning their hair into paintbrushes. Exactly like that King Diamond album. You know what? Just for that, we're listening to The Puppet Master. It's if you don't like King Diamond, it's your fault, White Wolf. Where is it? I fucking knew it. Confirmed. MI5 confirmed. Yes, one better than MI6. Okay. I am not really doing anything right now other than just trying to bring some visual interest in through use of better color in my shadow. To help kind of get my angle of lighting correct. But the problem is that this model is kind of meant to be spun in 360 degrees, so you need to really make sure that the back is also interesting. Because you want people to turn him and see the exploding head. Code T? Code T! Stork is down! Stork down! Black Hawk down! Black Hawk down! For any of you that don't know, this album is genuinely about a dark wizard in Budapest that turns children into puppets. It's fucking awesome. I cast Bullet. You know, if I didn't say VODs, I'd have so many jokes I'd make right now, but I'm just gonna bite my tongue on a couple of them. which is good. It teaches me restraint. And there we go. How's that for getting the one side a bit more interesting? Then I'm going to come into a very thin amount of my Titan buff. Shit, I'm actually going to need to put a few colors down here. So I'm also going to use, I'm using PY42 Yellow Oxide. I know, Mr. White Wolf, you're all about single pigments right now, so if you did not know, I've been reviewing a single pigment set for these 3 busts. I think I've been pretty open about that, but I've really been enjoying a few very specific ones. I'm freaking out. Dropper bottles of color. Yeah, dude, these are Mr. Pigment's ones. White Wolf is into singles now too. Yo, yeah, dude, he's been getting into single heavy bodies. So I'm going to use a PR202 Quinn Magenta Deep as well as my other color. And what I've discovered is that Yellow Oxide and Quinn Magenta make one of the most amazingly beautiful fleshy tones. Mr. Pigment's paints. One of my viewers, he it launched his own paint line. One of my viewers launched his own paint line. He's also a streamer. He's been on the channel a couple times doing color theory. He does have a bismuth yellow, actually. So he sent me both. Okay, again, I'll always say, these are review sets. I didn't have to pay for them. I did pay for shipping, but it does not count. These were sent to me to review. So always note that I did not have to pay for them. But yeah, he does a bismuth yellow. He sent me both of his sets. I think I've got most of them. Oh, Mr. Pigment's pants. The question mark. Oh, yeah. Sorry, I thought the question mark was asking me about what they are. But yeah. It's got his bismuth yellow is a Y184. Other colors in the set, although these are the ones I'm using a more limited palette. There's PBR 23 Azo Brown. Good old PR 254 Pyral Red. PBK 31 Periline Green. We've got Y154 Manganese Brown. And PY42 Transparent Yellow Oxide Deep. That's just stuff that I'm not using in this currently. The rest of the paints I'll introduce kind of as I'm bringing them out. For the shadowing... Oh. I think the real benefit... I'm going to be honest. The real standout... These names just roll off the tongue. Right? I think my favorite one, this is kind of the standout in the set. It's what we're using for the shadows right now. And it's what we used for to achieve the really rich blues that we have here. It's a PG50 Cobalt Teal. I also do use a PB28 Cobalt Cyan, but I do use 2 different cobalts. So there's some pretty fancy pigments. There's some pretty fancy ones in here. Don't go anywhere near Mr. Boneless. I'm not going anywhere, man. I just started 30 minutes ago. I've got another 5 hours. So sun hits there. Secondary lighting to here, but the back's going to be in colder shadow. So let's flip him like this instead. Realizing as that's going on, I should have some of the gore coming down the shoulder and the back. Newest plans to distribute in the UK with Jotun, I believe. I'll probably try some. If you can get your hands on some, do it. Do it up. Like they would be, in my opinion, perfect in conjunction with the Chimera paints, because like the Chimera paints have that really nice heavy body consistency, and these are all like bottle ready consistency, almost like I'd say like pro acryl levels of thin. Like it's like got that like pro acryl consistency. So it's kind of nice that the two of them I feel would work really, really well together. I feel those sets would work very well in conjunction. You would have to. I can talk to him about that at some point, Stork. Wait, 1 second. If it's that, one second. I was going to say about EU heavy metal laws. Okay, 1 second. Stork, due to EU heavy metal laws, am I going to be allowed to take things painted with those substances then across the on the plane with me? I'm not going to get like pulled into the terrorist booth again, am I? I don't want to go in the terrorist booth again. I don't want to go in the terrorist booth again. I brought the wrong paint on a plane. I brought the wrong. I've told the story a bunch of times. Trying some new stuff. I remember my first set of beads. Pulled them up so fast, it sounded like a chainsaw. Okay, so I'm gonna take some of this bismuth red over here. Or sorry, not why did I just say bismuth red? What the fuck is that? No, I'm gonna take some of my anthraquinone red. Full cavity search. Wasn't a full cavity search, but they threatened one. They actually did threaten one. Gonna bring 2 small touches of cobalt teal into this. And this gives me my dark aged blood. Oh, here we come. Man, this is the best version of the Little Drummer Boy. Too bad they don't do this one at, all the school, with all of the school concerts. I will pull that up in just a second, White Wolf. Sorry, I'm kind of focused in here for a moment. Another big dollop of anthraquinone. Please don't open with Microsoft Edge. Of course it opens in Microsoft Edge. Whacking off. That was actually the original. That's the original Hank Hill, right? That was the original concept for the character. Start getting in where the head is. Some of it isn't landed on the shoulder because it's flying out the back. So, some of it's going to have hit him. We're going to use that to fuzz out some of our mistakes. And I know you all love that boneless master of gore. What is the title? I'm gonna keep working my way towards. That is, if there's one thing I know a lot of you say I'm very good at it, but if there's one thing I am very proud of and I want to keep being quite good at, that's what it would be. If I could just keep learning and being better and better at the gore stuff. Okay, I need to grab a different brush because I need to do the different kind now. Bought some colored pencils today. Art makes Warhammer look cheap. You're going to think that, Stork, until you start upgrading your colored pencils and getting into good markers. I own almost $2,000 worth of markers. And I don't have a huge marker collection. I actually own more my marker collection might be worth more than my Warhammer collection. So when blood flicks back, so you have about 33% of the Copic set, closer to 15% actually. But I have refills for all 15 of them. This is literally about half of what you suggested, but I have the refill inks for half of that. So literally, yes, you're right. You actually, you guessed 100% correctly, but I've also got about $500 worth of Tombos. And I think Tombow markers are vastly superior. And I know alcohol markers and watercolor markers are completely different things, but I vastly prefer my Tombos. The one advantage to the Copics I found is what I call underpainting. It's essentially where I would color the whole image with Copic markers, and then I would go over it in pencil crayon and then dissolve the wax cord pencil crayon with an alcohol to get an extremely intense finish. And it's how I would blend out a lot of my stuff with in some of my illustration. So I did David Lee Dickfire. David Lee Dickfire was a time I was struggling to come up with something to draw, and my friend said, do a portrait of David Lee Roth, and then for some reason, I just started doodling on the page, And then I sent it to him, and I was like, "Here you go. It's David Lee Roth." Let me see if I might I think I have it on my computer. Let me check my images. If I do, I'll bring it up for all of you guys. You can see. Oh, they're not here anymore. Oh well, it's unfortunate. McCann, boy. I've got an entire set of polychromos, dude. Like I've got the full polychromo set. Trust me, I get it. And that's after like I own all of that and my illustration studio failed. So like now I paint minis instead. And yet I still have all that. I still have all my old gear. Can you adopt me? Sure. Although I hope you know you just walked into a bit of a Cinderella situation. Get cleaning, motherfucker. We'll let you out of the cage 20 minutes a day to draw. Beyond that, you're cleaning. But unlike you, or unlike Cinderella, his parents, we know better. We have cats, so there will be no magic rats getting into this house. That's looking pretty good. Well, I've been awake for 8 days straight. Well, it must have been the pills I took. Them twisting and turning and so. Must have been them pills I took. I got one of my best tattooing memories to this song. Well, I'm not really a country person. this song was playing when I got my the shark with the gold tooth tattooed on my leg, which was when I made my connection. It was at a charity event, and it's how I made my connection with now long-term friend Highlander Dave. So well, it might be out of the norm. It's also a song that it's just associated with friendship to me. Cleaning out my brush. And you know what? Just to get a bit more visual interest on a couple areas, I'm gonna bring a little bit of my magenta in. Very, very thin. I'll adopt. Oh! Well, that was scary. Did it live? Yes, without any mistakes being made to it. We're just gonna have to very carefully re-stick them. Now that we know our lighting angle, we're just gonna stick them completely upright like this. Get back in there. Be more careful. Mr. Pigments, welcome in. We're just about done the first model of your paint set review. We're getting very close. Although I got a couple, I do have one or two questions for you to finish this guy off, because there's... I'm gonna bring in a really thin... Hello, Jinxie! How you doing today? I'm gonna bring a little bit more light. What question? What like out of the I'm trying to get a more interesting gore tone, especially falling into the shadow parts of the model because I don't, like I accidentally splattered him really noticeably with other colors during some point in my moving, or it might have been when the airbrush exploded at some point. I don't know. Anyways, he had a really bad airbrush spackle on the one shoulder that I've had to kind of come in and clean up by getting the explosion of the head coming down the back of it, which obviously, it would fly down the shoulder a bit too and land on him. But I need to come up with a good shadowed gore. I've been using the cobalt teal to create really interesting shadows on the back. The downside is that this is a model that, because of the exploding head, is going to be spun in 360 degrees. So, like, what kind of, I've been using the anthraquinone in red or quite a bit, but I'm finding it's just a little bit too red, and it needs something else, but I can't quite figure out where to go with it, because when I bring in the teal, it goes too purple. The purple's too blue. Sorry, the teal's too blue. Yeah, essentially just trying to figure out would maybe the Mars black red shade. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. Just woke up. That would work. No worries. No worries, my guy. I've decided Astaroth is done today. Today is my last day painting Astaroth, so I'm going to take some time. I'm going to get him looking fucking incredible. I'm going to bring a lot of life into him. This side of the face needs to be pinker, actually, which is something I hadn't really considered. That helps. But I think the other side needs to be blue, or I just... Damn. I did not sleep 18 hours, although I got 8. I got a solid 8 hours last night. That was... Oh, that was much, much needed. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. I think the body's done, other than the blood. We'll touch the blood up. And actually, shit. No, that shoulder's fucked still. I gotta come in.
Shoot, shine, boy, that champion is born.
And there we go. And we'll start shout-outs fairly soon. Appreciate everybody who has been here. Hope everybody's having a great day so far. Oh, I bought my first Infinity model. Stupid gravity. You're the best. Why is every clip of me breaking things? My entire Instagram reel is just gonna be me breaking models. Quick, fuck. Honestly, again, I think I've said this. I think it's really, really important that those are those moments are more important to me to see captured than anything else, because those are the moments that I think everybody starting out, all the beginners, people in their first 4 or 5 years of the painting journeys need to see, is that even when you're producing, like, people need to see, even at the high levels, we're constantly breaking shit and making mistakes. Oh my goodness. What did I just do to that rib cage? That is perfect on that side now, eh? I'm excited. It's going to be a really good one to send out. But yeah, Astaroth is done today. Astaroth will be done today. I've decided he needs to hit a finish point. I need to get something done, right? Like, I need that sensation. And I've learned a lot working on this. And I can't just keep coming back to him touch to touch. You know, at some point I have to go, okay, Boneless Lake, you learned so much here. So I think you just kind of have to figure out getting him mounted. Oh my gosh. This is all coming from that lesson that I took like earlier this week on interesting shadows. Do you guys know that? Right now, I'm just thinking about where the light's casting. I picked an interesting shadow color. Jinx has been kind of explaining to me the importance of silhouetting your models better. For anybody that doesn't really know what that means, a great way to start the understanding of that is to think of Mike Mignola. Mike Mignola does not use interesting silhouettes, but he is
me up, woman.
He is the master of silhouetting. Welcome in, Beardedry. I couldn't get the sound alert that I wanted for small parts. I was able to get a groundskeeper Willie, but I was really trying to find there's nay an animal alive that can outrun a greased up Scotsman. Hydration. But yeah, I originally wanted there's nay an animal alive that can outrun a greased up Scotsman, but I couldn't find that. Oh, dude, he loves that I put one in for him. I did that because like after we did the 48-hour stream together, I felt him and I had a good enough relationship that I could mock him by having a small part start points alert that's just groundskeeper Willie. You spend 48 hours with a person, you really do know where the relationship is at the end of it, you know? I remember I was being told I needed more interest in my shadows. I'm still gonna call you all lame for going to sleep. I mean, I was the one that slept on camera, though. Trust me, dude. Again, I can't do 48 hours awake anymore. Again, a lot of you might not know, Boneless was a bit of a fuck up in his like early years, so I just try my best not to fall back into those habits. Staying up for 48 hours is too reminiscent of my early 20s, and I just don't need to go back to that. Although, unfortunately, I have to pull an all-nighter next week because I have a 5 a.m. flight, and so I have to be at the airport at 2:30 in the morning. And the train stops running at midnight, so I have to get to the airport at midnight. So we're just gonna walk around the airport. Pigments, I'm gonna say you're giving me the benefit of the doubt on. Oh, these walls keep closing in. But I think I've been pretty honest about the fact that like I had some pretty bad drug problems earlier in life. So I just again like anything that kind of brings me back to that makes me feel kind of really unwell, and I don't like going back to that feeling. But yeah, no, 5 a.m. flight, fuck that. So we're gonna probably try and take some airport naps, but first thing I'm gonna want to do in Vegas is take a nap. Man, I really hate creamed corn. Oh. In the middle of the night, prime time. Been in a train yard, my ColecoVision I've had to discard. There's no place to plug it in. Why didn't I pay more attention in grade 10 French? At the time, it seemed kinda lame. My philosophy degree, someone not telling me, not worth the paper it's printed on. Hobo for life. Fun fact, B.A. Johnston is the best use of the Canadian funding of arts grants. The man is like my favorite use of how like the application for our art funding. He puts on a ridiculous show, and he's essentially like a punk rock Raffi. I'm gonna put on a bunch of BA after that. See, you're not a fuck up. You didn't get a philosophy degree. Actually, I did get an art degree. I do have an arts degree. I dropped out in my I dropped out after my third year, going into fourth year. But I was actually, so not just was I going for an art degree. I'm a flunky. History in Canada still counts as an arts degree. That's where you're wrong, bucko. Are you Austrian? No, I'm Danish. Danish-Irish. Ethnically. Although I identify as Canadian. Because I don't really understand why people like completely do not understand why. And again, I'm gonna be clear. I didn't go to art school for painting. I went to art school for like history. But in Canada, anything that's not STEM is considered to be or like anything that's not a STEM degree is considered to be arts. So an English degree is an art degree. There's only you can only get three types. There's like only like three or four kinds, five I guess. Like political science is art, is an arts degree here. Philosophy is an art degree. It's all art degrees. They're all just, you have art degrees, STEM degrees, and business degrees. STEM is where the money is. Business is where the exploitation is, where you learn exploitation, and art's where you learn to get exploited. I did math as my minor. Turns out I suck at math. One of my buddies has a degree in theoretical math. Not even regular math, but he's an advanced math degree in theoretical math. And it's just like, what the fuck is theoretical math? Just shapes and numbers and fuck off. How the fuck are these math? He's really smart. He's really fucking smart. There's a reason he works for the government and doesn't do a math degree. Like his job has nothing to do with his degree, but he's just kind of a fucking genius. His family took care of me a lot when I was younger. But yeah, I've done calculus, or I've done up to like I don't know, like first year university math, but beyond that, I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to do it, so I didn't see a reason to keep doing calculus. Okay, I'm gonna start the shoutouts. First one in today was actually Mr. Jace the Face. This music is funded by the Canadian government. This music is funded using arts grants, and I fucking love it. Just ask him if he wants to go to peg leg. Friends back, unable to walk. I just asked him. Oof. B.A. Johnston is the greatest use of tax dollars. Whoa. What do you guys think of that with the reinforced shadows? Tonight. He's gonna die. No idea what's going on in town today. Street plays apparently booked. Live music around the corner. Japanese place was bumping. I mean, it's going into summertime right now. I know the Festival of Sacrifice was a couple days ago. So I don't know if people are just generally out celebrating now that like Ramadan's over and they're all eating again. Which is quite a common thing, or if it's just that culturally it's Friday night it's a Friday night in in town. People seemed happy and chatty today. Dude, that's always awesome. And I'm just going to apologize really quickly, guys. When I'm doing my like more display painting-y stuff, it is really hard for me to focus on both chat and this at the same time. I tend to tunnel vision a wee bit. So I do apologize about that. It's just a little bit challenging. They're so polite, nice at the Japanese place. Dude, most Japanese restaurants tend to be that way. I love it. There we go. Sorry, my music was way louder than it was supposed to be there. I feel like it was drowning me out a bit. A boss goes to work dragging his trailer, towing jet skis behind a Lincoln Navigator. And I asked for a raise the day before, and she said a 25-cent raise is something that you can't afford. Knowing me is something that you can't afford. So I want to get Astaroth here. He's looking really, really good. Came up from the kitchen area after 5 minutes outside, ensuring the food was near ready. Yeah, I love when that stuff like that happens. I used to work in a sushi place. It's actually quite fun. I learned quite a bit. Probably should not be mixing with this fucking brush. Every day since the 23rd of May, how many T-bone steaks can I fit into the waistband of my pants? Stealing meat is my summer romance. Okay, he keeps coming off the plant. He's not sticking right now. So let's just get in here. Oh, there we go. Just kind of coming in at the teeth. Wait for that to dry, and then I'll come back in and pick the teeth out. Now I got to do these areas where it needs to go dark. Might have to do something with the money in eyes. Place in your phone. Fair. I mean, dude, I love wedding tables. There's good money in it. The only job I ever had where I could walk away with over $100 cash every night, on top of my wage. You know, like I got paid, and I would still make at least $100 cash every night. Probably how I had a drug problem. But also, honestly, I loved waiting tables. And you are absolutely correct, Mr. Pigments. The Mars Black Red Shade actually gives me a more... it actually contaminates my red less than the Cobalt does. So it's really weird to mix with black and get a more red than if you use a blue. And I assume it's because it is the red shade, specifically. Instead of a... Because this would not normally look this good, would it? Like, just slamming black in. You can't normally just wet blend black and red together and get a really good looking effect. I'm gonna swap to a smaller brush. Oh, so I've noticed something. What's that? What did you notice? Is it that I'm handsome as fuck? Because if so, you're late to the party on that one. Studio Boneless, absolute stud. Every Phthalo Blue I have is reactivates. Okay. What, so that means it's going to be something with the pigment then, which means experimentation is going to need to be done on that, including gold. So, why? That's not me saying anything about that. That's literally me now going, okay, well, why is this happening? Because this is something wrong. Something is going on. I think it has a massively delayed drying time. Something about the pigment just takes way fucking longer to cure than most pigments do. Huh. Interesting. And also, yeah, I mean, I think it's super interesting that that is a thing. I've been, and I will say, like, it's been causing, I will say that's probably the only color in your set I don't like. And the reason being is that there are other colors that can achieve a near identical effect with better saturation. You should have tried the burnt umber. I mean, if it's on the fact that you didn't like the burnt umber, but I will just say, like, it was bad. The fact is, man, you sent me 22 paints. It was at 9 or 11 colors per set. Like, you sent me something like between 18 and 22 paints. One was bad. That's a 90+% success rate. 18 paints. So that's literally a 91% or 92% success rate. How many paint sets have you ever bought that where you thought 92% of them were, or like 90+% of them were good, and you were like, yeah, I'd buy that again? The Phthalo Blue is most yeah, and I'll use it a little bit, but it's typically, if I'm using the Phthalo Blue, I find it has to be an end of day activity. Like, that's just as we were chatting about. Like, the key I have found is just let it sit for 24 hours. Sometimes you got to treat, even some acrylics need to be treated like an oil paint, and they need the full 24 hours to cure. Okay, that's really good. This dark red is actually giving me a really nice So, Mr. Pigments, I have a word in my head, and I cannot remember what it means, but I can remember the word congiante. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's an art word that you taught me. And I'm like, I can remember the word. I don't remember the definition, which means I'm 50% of the way to being there. Hell yeah! Thank you. Remembering the word is 50. Remembering the word is the harder part. Remembering what a word means, usually a lot easier. So my congiante is my chromatic shadow. That's your art term for the day, everyone. That is... So congiante is to use chromatic shadows. Chromatic shadows is the idea of thinking about color in a three-dimensional sense to create it creates really, really nice and natural transitions that are... It's a way of approaching realism within painting. If I try to over-explain it, I'm gonna start struggling again. Define shadows of the surrounding as well as the shade. So shadows... Your shadows in art are really simple. Your shadows are the areas where your light's not touching, so you always need to sit... Because we're working in very small surfaces, we can't actually create enough contrast and enough light on the model to allow the human eye to read what we're looking at. So we have to use color and we have to use techniques to make it so it reads. But it has always... So chromatic shade... No, it's being a chromatic shadow does not mean it's a reflective shadow. The idea of a chromatic shadow is exactly that. It does... That the shadow will still reflect a light, and the light that the shadow reflects will be the opposite color of the top color. A common concept of this is how when I paint salamanders, I use orange to shadow my green. Now, do you need to know that? No. But will it help? I use purple to shadow your greens. Both can work. Yes, they can. Purple is for cold shadows because it will end up reading with the blue spectrum, whereas orange will give you a warmth to your shadows. But the interesting part about using the chromatic colors is technically you are able to use your tertiary contrast, which means that you can actually go in either direction. Oh yeah, I just dropped the word tertiary in a sentence. Get your fucking learn on, boys. Also, for anybody that doesn't know, Outcast, their early days are fucking so good. I know people always think of like, hey yeah, when they think of Outcast. This is what I'm thinking of when I'm thinking Outcast. I'm super stuffed. Hell yeah, dude. What are you guys thinking about that now that we're getting some more lines in the face to really oh shit, next up on the shadow list. I gotta go be better about this. Second up was Mr. White Wolf. Always appreciate him. And also, I hope you guys appreciated raiding into Bortheim yesterday. He's great. I really get some mods. You're on it, man. I'm kidding. You don't. Don't worry. I'm doing that as a joke. You don't actually have to. I have mods. I just don't pay them, so I don't expect mods to be here ever. I've got 3 people that mod for me. They all show up periodically. Citrus is usually here on Mondays. The power? I'm under firm belief that there's no such thing as free labor, so modding is volunteer work. So if you show up to work, you show up. If you don't show up, you don't show up. I don't care. I don't pay you. I can't be mad at a mod for not being here when I don't give them money to be here. However, if I were at the size of being a large enough streamer that I could afford to pay my mods, I would then be expecting them to be here on time every single day that I'm streaming. You know? If you're a paid mod, you are here to start a stream. If you're not paid, fuck it. It's that's why I usually handle it is very, very rarely do things happen that I feel the need that I need mods for. But also you know. But no, that was just you making it. What I tell everyone, I'm there when I'm there. Yeah, I know it's and honestly, again, if you don't want to, I'll change that because that was done mostly just as a joke for you saying you need mods, and it's like here you go. Same thing. Wait, I'm a mod. I just gave you mod powers as a joke. Yes. Yes, no, when you said that, I just typed /mod new mana man as a joke. Which is why I said that again. It's like you don't actually have to mod it. It was you made a joke, and I was like, I'll play on that. And then I think it's fine. Mod it for as long as it's 2 years. It's not even the first time this has happened. I love it. Okay. And there we go. Kind of start bringing more shadow into the gore so that way we have more better in color. We have more interest in our colors. And again, we're just keeping really chill on that. Next, thank you, man. And yeah, shout out Jinx. She is fucking amazing and has been really helping me level up my painting and prep for SMC. There we go. Getting that kind of darker areas in. There we go. There we go. Bringing in more of those blacks into the shadow. And there we go. A different free snack. Usually get shrimp crisp, toast wasabi. Ooh, how you liking that? Little spice. A little spicy to keep you going today. It'll be nice. And what I think I need to do afterwards is I need to work in a bit of a gloss. I just like when I finish this and pull gloss over all of the parts that are supposed to be wet. A spicy couple days for you? Nice. Silence. If I wanted to make the cobalt teal darker, what would be a good color to mix into that? How are you today anyways? You seem more rested than I am. Way more rested than yesterday. I feel way better today. Yesterday I had an underlying panic attack that I could not figure out all day long that I was trying to cover up. And I shut stream down when my hands got too shaky to paint. And I just didn't really want to address it. I didn't know what was making me anxious. And I did not know why. I was just like feeling so off and unwell. But I was trying to push through it. And yeah. Yeah, so today I feel way better. Feel more rested. Not shaky. I'm not tired. I'm not feeling like I'm just like unwell. There we go. Um this is looking incredible. And now I'm coming through. I'm going to start highlighting and trying to smooth out at the tippy tops of some of these muscles where the texture is just a bit too much. Water in your brush, a bit more paint. Just kind of sweeping this color along, pulling it towards the shadows. Why? Because we're then going to come back in here the other way, just kind of fuzz it out. Help blend the shadows into the main skin tone.
I'm guessing tomorrow is like the first day of 2026. My PC's turned off all day.
Ooh, how come? Other than getting to relax. Just a quick reminder to everybody. Monday stream will be starting a bit late. I have surgery at 9:30 in the morning, so I probably will not be live until about 11 a.m. It's just a small localized one, so it's not a huge deal. And I should be able to go live afterwards. Hope that goes smooth as anything. It should be. They're just pulling a cyst out of my neck. I don't even have to go under for it. They're going to do the surgery on me while I'm awake. Okay. And then we're going to bring in a bit more of that type buff. I'm gonna come back in and highlight those spots. I'm in a moment of no fear, and I just motivation drilled through Tinker Fairy. Let's fucking go, Jinx. I'm doing the same thing right now. You're see, I'm kind of going no fear right now too, because this is, I mean, this is the model that we initially said I was gonna give to you to get you to actually see where I'm at for my art. So if we either end up bringing it to SMC for you, or like shipping it down or doing a model swap or something, but this is kind of the one that I'm planning on sending to you so you can see like physically where I'm at instead of having to see my photos. So it's time for me to push and actually kind of get you an idea of where I am, where I'm struggling, and what I need help with. For anybody that doesn't know, it's also a really good habit to send a model or two to your coach, because cameras are good, but for them to physically be able to hold it and see it, it will tell them a lot of information. So it can be a good habit to like have something you ship them. Pascal gets to see my work IRL in October. I'm really excited. You get to see my work in real life in October. And like, even if you weren't coaching me, I kind of wanted to send you Astaroth anyways as a thank you for getting me into bust painting. Because this is not something I was taking. So, like, this got me to take my painting way more seriously. And I don't know if it was intentional or what it was, but I do have a lot of appreciation for that, because convincing me to get into busts and to paint a model with you is really accelerated my game. Busts are the best. They're a lot of fun. Got the highlights on the neck mushrooms now. I think his tongue needs some visual interest. Let's make his tongue better. What do you guys say to that? Oh. What if we did it with pointillism? To create a bunch of texture on the tongue. Well, that's already looking fucking crazy. Ads in 5. Thank you. Man, don't be getting in her face, or she'll have fucking 2 more. Don't be pissing Jinxie off, or she'll have 2 more kneecaps. She's coming for your bones. Yeah, if I ever lose the ability to walk, you can have mine. It might be time to put the... Okay, 1 second. Where I got my Dremel. Where are my drill bits? Bear with me while I potentially get ready to mount this thing. Power drills. Let's go. I think I have some brass rod kicking around somewhere. If I don't, I'm going to feel like a goober in a minute here. Okay, I'm going to start by finding my center point that I'd like. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's not good. That's not drilling very well. And also, I lost center, so I'm going to have to fucking... There we go. Now I got center. My bit caught fire. My bit caught fire. I'm not saying that's what this sounds like. 1 second. I taught a friend's girlfriend how to paint minis last night. Oh, hell yeah. My girlfriend refuses to learn how to paint minis from me. They're like... Feels weird saying girlfriend. She's my fiance, like wife, but she won't learn from me. Okay, so that, my friends, is called the flaming drill bit. It's a pretty advanced technique. You gotta be pretty good at what you're doing for that one. Now, I don't know about any of you, but I don't really plan on doing that one again today. So I gotta figure out how we're gonna go about this. It's starting. Drill bit just caught fire again. Don't burn the house down. Bit's on fire. For those of you that don't believe how hot that is, look what just happened when I touched it to my cutting mat. If you're doubting the fact that my drill bit keeps catching fire. Look, but the hole is starting. It's not even, except it's not center. I actually fucked that up, so can't do anything about that other than commit. Gotta mount it somehow. All right, that bit's dead. Let's go for a different bit. What's wrong with my tiny drill? Other than it got so hot that the bit melted itself into the Dremel. The bit just got so hot it expanded itself to the point it is not coming out anymore. Let's see if I can get that. Ow. Let it cool? Don't tell me what to do. Go for a bigger bit is what you mean. That bit doesn't fit. Now it fits. You need a self-tapping drill bit? Bigger, hotter it go. Times like this, I still wish I had my impact gun. It's supposed to be wood, but I think it's concrete, dude. right, the drill broke. I broke the Dremel. Oh well. But we bored a tiny little hole. Look at that. Look at that little hole. Well, if you said not to do it, why don't you clip me breaking it? How about that? It's a destructive day today. The destructive powers of boneless. Now, what it needs is a little bit of chill. Let's have some puff. It's a little bubbly water. Gonna take a quick washroom break, and then we're gonna come back in to painting Astaroth and throwing models and setting things on fire. Just burn out your drill bit, breaking models. At this point, I think something really fucking dangerous is gonna happen today because appreciate it, Mr. Pigments. The clip farm today is fucking on point. At some point, I should get somebody to start uploading them to TikTok. It broke. Hands are a bit sweaty. Yeah, I'm gonna take a quick washroom break. I am going to have some bubbly water, and then I am going to finish or come back to Astaroth. I think, other than needing to be mounted, we need to finish up his tongue, a couple of those bones, and his teeth. And then I'm mounting him. Then he just needs to be mounted. We're back. You're not mounting anything. The Dremel broke, remember? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Unless I have a tap and die. All right. We've got Peaches and Dream today, which is a peaches and cream crossed with blue dream. Nice look. Need to stream today, but I have nothing to paint other than nights. I mean, give me 1 minute, Pigments. And he goes up in a puff of smoke. Man, if you are like destitute for content and need to go live, we can always do an art chat or something. But beyond that, like I'd say like all you got is nights. That's why I'm doing Astaroth today. Is same thing. Like I didn't get anything prime, didn't get my shit done that I needed to, and yeah, I didn't get my stuff done in time. So I get it. Paint my D&D character. Hell yeah. Do that then. I haven't touched that in months. I've been meaning to make a copy of my D&D or my new D&D character. Fear of the dark. I hate doing NMM, but people think it's more impressive. I mean, NMM's not that hard to do, and it shows off it's a good way to demonstrate lighting to newer painters. So I kind of like NMM for those reasons. Probably closer to a parade ready. Or like character grade, but not quite display. There's a level between tabletop and like display. Not sure if that shows up what I just did there. But there are now some thin veins painted in on the chunk of brain that's flying out the back. Honestly, other than I think just getting the blood splatters is what we all like. Literally, just fix the blood. We just have to get these right, and then it'll be good. And I'm wondering if I just need to like hit them with the gloss to get that right. I don't have actual liquid gloss varnish. I only have something better. Shit, why am I not doing this? Okay. I am going to grab some of my Stillwater FX. This is not only... I don't know why I didn't think to do this before. This is not only going to give me gloss, but it's also going to give me texture. This doesn't... This counts as only using your paints, right? Still, this is... This doesn't count as using anything other outside of your line. This is... Because this is a diorama FX. And you don't make diorama FX or varnishes. Hi, baby. Correct, I don't. So therefore, it is not disingenuous to say all of the paint came from your line. But I'm using a gel type medium right now, so that way we actually get some textures and some layers of wet and some areas where it's just going to help sell it that it's slightly, ever so slightly raised. I really should not be using the brush that I'm using for this, so I'm going to swap brushes. I really should not be using that brush for that, so let's grab one that is a little better suited. Go into my anthraquinone in red. The nice thing is, because this is going to apply a bit translucent, it'll help fuzz out some of the blood effects too. Make them look a bit less like they're... So this is essentially just mixing your paint with a gloss gel medium. So we're using a mixture of anthraquinone in red and a gloss gel medium. The nice thing is it's also going to gap fill for us. So don't be afraid to kind of bring it in around the tips of these gore areas and use it to kind of smooth that out as well. And we're giving all of that and now gloss finish to make it separate. Dead Alive is fucking awesome. And honestly, man, if you're seeing this and thinking of the movie Dead Alive, I've nailed what I'm going for. Like, I don't even think you know how good of a compliment you just gave me. And if you do, I appreciate that too. But yeah, man, that's such a huge compliment. Dead Alive is kind of like the mastering of practical effects. Okay. I'm gonna rinse my brush out just so I don't let any of that fucking water effects dry in the brush. We're gonna keep going. All the areas that are supposed to be wet, internal, we need to get some gloss.
Finally, change from this fake rap artist. Me and Nos bring it to your hardest.
Fucking love Slick Rick. Looking at his fine ass.
Change from these fake rap artists. Final.
Bet Peter had a ton of fun with it as well. Oh yeah. I think everybody who was involved with that movie really had a lot of fun with it. They really pushed the limits with it, which is kind of why it was so great, right? I think that's why it's so good, honestly. Like Dead Alive, it's because the practical effects have held up as well as they have that it's like it's still pretty fucked up to watch. Like it's pretty jarring. Now I'm coming through using this resin to also gap fill on the blood effects to make sure that they're not flying in any weird, unrealistic ways, and that they're perfectly coming off the skulls. What are we thinking about Astaroth, guys? What are we thinking? I think you got a bad headache. I am very impressed with that. If you're new here, I am Studio Boneless. I paint toys. I've got loud kitty cats that scream at me constantly while I'm streaming. We love them despite the fact they also annoy us to no end. And yeah, I paint on Thursdays, Fridays, Sundays, and Mondays. This Monday, I am going to be late starting my stream because I have surgery in the morning, but we will be doing that one. We are going to be taking the following week off because we will be out of the country for a wedding. Right now, what I'm also going to do is I'm going to make sure I'm getting this effect all through the inside of the head because we need to make sure that that's wet. Ah, Val Kilmer, the greatest Batman.
There used to be a crane tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's the high, not the pill. Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen?
Best Batman is definitely Michael Keaton. Oh, dude, no, I'm sorry. Val Kilmer is not a good Batman. It's just a joke that I make every time this song comes on. Because I still, to this date, I mean, I actually enjoyed Batman Forever, but I will be completely honest, I don't know who decided, hey, let's get Seal to write the theme song for a Batman movie. Yeah. It's me making the joke of like I still to this day, like I enjoy Batman Forever. Who decided Seal was gonna do the theme song? The more I get of you, the stranger. What does Kiss from a Rose have to do with Batman? Have you seen the music video for it? Because the entire music video is shot in front of the bat signal, cut with scenes from Batman Forever. It's the part that I don't understand is what does Kiss from a Rose have to do with Batman? The 90s were a great time, but they were also full of some of the weirdest and most terrible, like, marketing decisions. We always remember the really popular stuff, you know, like TMNT and, but that's more 80s, but like, even the part, like, really popular parts of the 90s, Street Sharks, stuff that people remember. The part that we always forget about the weird shit, like, hey, let's get Sealed to do the theme song to Batman. Remain my power, my pleasure, my pain. If Ivy was in it, might have made more sense. No, the one with Poison Ivy is that's George Clooney. That's the George Clooney Batman. I don't know, I think it's important that kids understand that it's like, well, they'll often have that, like, exactly bat nipples. Kids will always hit with the like, I was born in the wrong generation. Well, and it's like, there were great parts of it, but you also forget bat nipples. It's exactly that. Is people get so caught up in, the awesome parts of the past that we also forget that it's like, nah, lots of it was terrible, just like it is today. It is so weird to just be painting gloss. Like it is so weird to just be having like a thin gloss tint that I'm just bringing across the model, but it is kind of what it needed, isn't it? Is areas that now read wet and areas that are reading as dry. The blood reads way better now that it looks wet. Uh, I have no reason to have brought that blue in other than it just looks interesting. Medic! Look, we want to talk George Clooney's best movie of the 90s. The answer is From Dusk Till Dawn. Actually, it might just be George Clooney's best role, but that was a really good one. It really was. I love From Dusk Till Dawn. I a bit of, just something in on the mushrooms, on the back. And I had no idea it was a vampire movie going in. I'm gonna be honest again, because I've been, I was just like starting to peak on a very, very nice acid trip when my roommate came home and decided to put it on for the first time, and I was enthralled. Just thought it was a kid. I had no idea what I was watching, but it was one of the best things I'd ever seen. Hell yeah, exactly. Okay, I think I'm almost done. Friend did a countdown, told me in advance, it was a surprise. I will say, From Dusk Till Dawn was good. Tarantino was not good in that movie. I mean, he's not good in any movie, but like, let the man be a writer director. Let's keep him off the screen, please. His character in general is just like, eh. Exactly. There's way too much feet in that movie. I will say those are my two complaints about the movie: is Tarantino's character and way too much feet. Oh my goodness. Um, I think he's done. I think we finished Astaroth. Oh my gosh, baby, what would you like? I'm gonna take a moment and think about it. But what do you think? I'm gonna adjust my focus so I can get him closer to the camera for you. Let's do some close-ups and see what everyone thinks. Yeah, okay, 1 second. And okay, there we go. So you guys can see just how good he looks. We're gonna go do a quick once over on Astaroth. Let you guys see just literally how far we've gone on him. All of the little fucking micro details we've worked in. All the tiny little brush strokes you can see worked up. All of the texturing in the skin. Oh yeah, you can. See? Oh yeah, you can. I could probably fix up these mushrooms a little bit along here. That's about it. What do you say? What do we say? We could probably do just because like I've got a bit of time today still, and we can't quite get them mounted yet. So probably if I'm gonna do anything, Jinx, probably like smooth out those mushrooms a bit. And then like I could add a bit of visual interest, maybe like a bit of a magenta tone just to get more life in the bone. But I'm really impressed mostly with my use and mixture of matte and gloss, which is not something I've ever done before. I've never actually had a model that had multiple finishes on it. And there we go. Fix that. So yeah, I think Astaroth is almost there. I gotta feed the cat really quickly because he screamed. You want food? Okay, well I will feed you and I will make coffee while I do. How's that sound? He's such a good boy. Okay. We'll need some fishy paste. Now I make my coffee. have a little bit, but you can't have much. Should probably find the uniform for tomorrow. What do you mean by uniform for tomorrow? You don't want my food either? Okay. Weird. All right, my coffee's almost reheated. Let's go. Okay. So I guess what I doing garden stuff. Oh, dude, I fucking love gardening. I fucking love gardening. Fucking love to garden. I have no. Yeah, dude, I just really enjoy growing things. It makes me feel good. Makes me feel connected to the earth. Okay. I genuinely am at that point now where I'm like, I think I'd just like to mount him. Other than maybe one final highlight on the teeth. Using pure titanium white. That's right. Fuck is that hiding on me? Can't find the paint that I'm looking for. It's always the case with boneless. Paint? No, it's not. So it's got to be on my desk somewhere, and I just don't see it, which is always the case because I'm blind. Uh, much longer are you gonna be going on? Depends. Maybe I'm supposed to be on until 3, but I'm like, or until 3 my time, so like another 2.5 hours. But I'm also kind of like, at my point where I'm like, I'm finished up on Astaroth, I think. And then what we'll do after we're done on him is probably just I'm gonna do the highlights on the teeth really quick. No, I have stuff prepped. I have lots prepped I can do. I just trying to decide what I would like to do. Because I've got my palette set for display painting right now, so I might come in and do some work on Goblin. I might do some work on the Mind Goblin. No, all my display models are painted using the same 9 colors. There we go. Just dropped in a couple of pure white highlights on a couple of pieces there. Um, I think I told the story on stream already, but I really enjoy this song, not because it's, the better version of the song Godzilla, but because the first actual date I went on with my girlfriend, or sorry, my fiance, wife. I don't know why I keep saying girlfriend. The first date we went on was to go and see Godzilla, King of Monsters. Um, she picked me up after a jujitsu class where I didn't have the heart to tell her that right before we were supposed to go on the date, I'd gotten my jaw dislocated. And I'd gotten it popped back in before, but like my face was kind of fucked. Yeah, the first one of the first. Yeah, it was. Let's go with that. Pretty fucking haggard. It's okay though. She showed up to one of our dude. She showed up to one day with a broken orbital from rugby. Fucking a whole side of her face was swollen, fucking closed. That was a bad one though because, um, Yeah, I probably shouldn't tell the story on stream. It might get me in trouble. I got a lot of people trying to start shit with me out in public. She was a rugby player and she'd gotten her she'd gotten her orbital broken playing rugby. But I was boxing at the same time, so my hands were always fucking busted up and swollen, and like my knuckles were always split up. So like anytime we'd be out for dinner, you'd see fucking guys like trying to fucking mean mug me from across. Exactly, guys would start fucking mean mugging me from across the restaurant, and I'd have to be like, "Can you very loudly tell the story about how you got your face fucked up again, please?" Literally, it's just both of our sports make this look really bad. Pretty much. Oh crap. Clean the brush out. You paint where you don't mean to, you just come in with a bit of water. But actually having a little bit of that splatter out can show that maybe the first round caught him in the fucking gut. Maybe they didn't hit their first shot. Okay, this is gonna be this is incredible. Ooey and gooey, exactly. Jinx, because Jinx has VIP. And VIP takes mod status away. Or sorry, mod status takes VIP away. It's essentially saying she gets to be important without having to have any responsibility. You know what's awesome? Is I just touched all of that and then created a bunch of ripply texture. Still want to do an art track? Hell yeah, dude. Give me 2 minutes. I can get you on here, absolutely. Welcome in, Helgrat. Hope you're having a good day. Let me open Twitch up so that way we can do that. And yeah, we'll get Mr. Pigments on here in just a moment. Oh god, oh god, oh god, why is that so loud? Why is that so loud? Oh god, oh god. Okay, we got that. Creator dashboard. Boom. Yeah, no, that's not the right one. That's the right one. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're good. Just give me a knock when you're good. And then we are going to pop over and get the... It's creating so much texture. It's really nice. I gotta stop before I overdo it, though. We just gotta get the last couple areas that I missed, and then we gotta retire on the gore here soon. About 1 million streamers online at the moment. We're all on. Everybody goes online on Fridays. I like Fridays. They're a good one. Thursdays are like if the days the days the least people are on are usually Thursdays, Mondays, and Sundays of the days that I stream. Fridays and Saturdays had been traditionally it's the day most people have off, right? So it's the day most people are able to go live. So kind of makes sense. I can't believe he's gone. I mean, we talked about how Astaroth was sitting at like 90. Send me a call on Discord when you're ready. I'm just getting my camera position correctly. I'm good when you are. So yeah, I'll give you a ring now. We just adjust the music as well so it's not as loud. And then... And
there we go.
Excellent. Jesus Christ, he wasn't joking. Literally, everybody is on. Welcome, Address. How you doing?
Good. I'm just setting up the stream right now.
Excellent. I gotta drop Discord down a bit. And I gotta adjust that for me because... No, don't mute him. How do I make you quieter?
Right click, and then there should be a user volume thing right under profile and close DM.
Huh. It's not
Right click my
Oh yeah,
my picture.
perfect. Thank you. I just got new headphones, so everything is a bit off. We've got Mr. Pigments on right now, so that's the second voice that you were currently hearing, Man. Man, Astaroth turned out incredible. I had a lot of fun painting him. This is like...
There you go. There's a knock.
Excellent. Accept. And I've already got my virtual cam on. What the fuck? Oh god. 1 second. I need to decline that really quickly. And then I need to go into my settings and I need to change my default browser because every time my PC updates, it decides it's Microsoft Edge. And you can't... How do I change my default browser again? That's in my... where's Google Chrome? Set as default. There we go. Can you resend that?
Yeah, I can. Wait a second here. There we go.
And there we go. Turn camera on. Stream ended.
Restart it. That's weird.
Don't worry.
It might have been because I didn't end it correctly before.
It's okay. We can do this.
Might guess.
You might have accidentally... Did you disconnect there? Because...
I think I just clicked X and I didn't click the correct thing.
Okay, let me check. Because it's... there we go.
Invite.
Here.
There we go.
Turn camera on. Mute audio, though. There we go.
Yep.
Oh, that's wrong. Painting. How do I get stream together? I think I need to update that.
There we go. I have your camera up and whatnot, so.
Okay.
Hey, Gizmo the Wanderer.
Why is it always so blurry when I do that for when I bring you on stream?
Rated.
Because it's not you. It does it for everyone.
Hey, Carlos. I don't know. It does that for me as well. I think it's just Twitch. How you doing, Carlos?
And sure, I'll notify.
Hey, Davos.
And share chat. Do you want to turn that on?
Yes. I completely forgot to do that as well.
It's okay. We're almost there.
Okay, there we go. Share chat enabled.
Boom. Welcome, welcome.
Oop. I got raided and stuff like that. So
it's the way it goes.
Yeah.
Excellent. We're we are running it over Discord right now.
Yep.
Yeah, so Man, all the audio is running that way. I know better than that. You always end up with a bit of a weird feedback loop when you do that. Now, I'm going to swap back over to the Mind Goblin while we work on this, because we've got Astaroth finished. Which blows my mind. Which, that was also, going to say, that's now the first model I finished using exclusively your set.
Oh, the Goblin?
Yeah, no, Astaroth.
Oh, yeah.
Astaroth was also done using exclusively your paint. All three of the Pedro Fernandez busts have been using the same 9 paints across the set too. So it's also trying to demonstrate. I don't know. I wanted to show off kind of the versatility of the colors and how they could create such different looking results using essentially only the same 9 ones, and it's been working really well so far. I feel at least.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it took a while to get that palette set up correctly, the way it was, and then took a while to get the other 8 paints. So funny thing was there's supposed to be 9 paints, but I could not find transparent red iron oxide anywhere.
Transparent
Out
red.
of, yeah, that's supposed to be in there as well.
Okay. So I don't think I've used that one. I've seen it at the art store.
Oh, it's so fantastic. You mix it with anthraquinone red, and you get a perfect blood color. You mix it in with for your skin tone, and you get a more transparent skin tone. That's so much better when you're doing like a Verdaccio or Grisaille.
Grisaille is
the black and white gray.
Okay.
What mini painters do.
Essentially, it's Zenithal.
Yeah.
Where's the word Zenithal come from, anyways?
From Zenith, it's like the top where the sun hits the zenith, which is perfect noon.
Okay.
And then the opposite of zenith is nadir.
And that would be essentially, actually, kind of what I'm doing here, which is bottom lighting.
Yeah.
Or this is technically 2 competing light sources. Which I've been working on this piece for a while, and I have thankfully several more months to get it ready. But I feel like October's getting close really fast. That kind of scares me.
Yeah, that's only what, 5 months away? 4 months away?
4.
Almost 4 months?
Yeah, it's a 4. Yeah. It's about 4 months away, so I mean, I've only got.
That is scary,
right? So I'm getting this, like, it's my first major competition, and I'm also excited because like I have to get the goblin done, and then I found out, like, I was talking to Pascal a bit, and I know he wasn't trying to, but he kind of did confirm my thought that it's like, okay, so maybe I shouldn't try and enter 3 busts. Maybe I should figure out. So now it's also figuring out that it's like I have to commit to 1 bust and then also figure out my 72 mil still. Got the model. I just gotta get it printed.
Doing 3 busts at SMC that's a lot for your first time.
75 mil. Apparently as well that it's like it doesn't get you bonuses to enter multiples in the same category, so it's better to, if you're going to do multiple categories, to try and, or it's better if you're going to do multiple pieces to try and enter multiple categories. Again, I don't know if that's exactly what he was trying to tell me. That was just my understanding. I'm going to also pull out of the Pascal a little bit here, and we're going to go into circle theory, I think. So what I was taught is cone theory. What Pascal teaches is circle theory. What is that? Like, what are you familiar with that? Pigments.
I'm not familiar with the terminology offhand.
So his is essentially how light is, and all shapes are essentially refracting in circles. My idea of it is essentially the exact same thing, except it refers to the cone. So it talks about how I just refer to it in the 3rd dimension.
Okay, yeah.
But it's essentially how everything is cones.
I'm just not. Yeah. I can't remember what I'm familiar with the name under off the top of my head right now. I'm still not awake yet.
That's all good. I originally learned it on Proco. The really fucking old guy who does the Proco podcast.
Mhm.
I can't remember his name. He's fantastic though. He's like he's like a master of perspective, and I think he's one of the guys who like really pioneered fishbowl.
Yeah.
So it's like he was the one explaining it that way, and it was like, huh, this just kind of makes sense. And I adopted it a bit and started implementing it within the mini painting. So if we're gonna for kind of topic today, something I wanted to go over, and we were chatting about a bit yesterday, is the fun fact about how mini painters and the fine art, how mini painters are essentially rediscovering fine art from outside of the fine art world. And most of what we do is pre-existing, and like every time these major discoveries and are made within the hobby, it's oftentimes just pre-existing techniques, often dating back as far as the Renaissance, that we just haven't actually implemented within the hobby.
If not older. Like Scumbling.
When does that go back?
That was either Tian or Torrento made that one. That was before the Renaissance. That was I don't remember the decade it was off the top of my head. I think it's the 2200 BC.
So Mesopotamia.
Yeah,
That would
something
be
like that.
that would be going back to Mesopotamia.
Think. Yeah, it's really old. It was just before the Italian Renaissance.
Mhm.
Um,
Well, 2200
yeah,
BC is that's like 3500 years before the Renaissance.
yeah. Yeah, I don't remember how many like the actual date of it. Might have been like 220 BC 80.
Still very very it would date
Yeah,
back to
something like
before, it would either go back to Bronze Age or Dark Age. So that's kind of cool that it's like painting techniques dating back to the early Dark Ages.
Yeah. Well, and the Renaissance period is actually really fascinating because there's actually not one Renaissance period.
Okay.
There's multiples, but and thank you, Emmerich.
Hello, Emmerich.
So you have Italian Renaissance, German Renaissance, Greek Renaissance era,
Okay.
stuff like that. You have multiple different Renaissances from different
You look like a cut of fuckable meat.
from different cultures.
Yep.
But we all kind of clash them into one and call it the European Renaissance. And it's just like, Europe really didn't exist back then. That's a modern look at it. Hey, Cordell. Hey, Moose.
Dude, Italy didn't exist back then. The Venetians were still technically at war with Italy. Like the Venetian, like the Sicilians and the Venetians hadn't even joined the mainland. It was split into, I think, 5 countries still at that point. So to even say the Italian Renaissance is technically disingenuous.
Right.
That's where my history degree kicks in every now and then. So yeah,
That's
it's
where my history degree kicks in too.
the
Though I don't remember most of what I learned in school.
So what I find always interesting is because when I was taught Renaissance, again, it always comes back to essentially Renaissance art. The big thing that kind of changed everything was
Oh, can't hear the co-streamer. Let's see.
Do I have my mic off? Yes, I do.
No, I. Oh,
no, I do. Yeah, no, that's me.
Okay.
No,
No, I need to switch my properties as well. There we go.
Okay.
Okay.
There
we go.
Yeah, and I had my microphone off. That was the problem. Like I genuinely in the Twitch thing.
Yeah, I needed to set my audio to my headphones, which I didn't do.
Okay. There we go. Now you should be able to hear me. Mic on, but unmute audio. Or was it in Discord? No, we don't need to be muted in here. That's right. Fuck, no, we don't want to do that. Haha. That's going to cause a back loop there. Turn that mic back off. Right. Okay. But sorry, so coming back to that, when I was initially taught in school about the Renaissance, the key focal point we were always taught about is that it was the discovery of it was due to the discovery of perspective. Like we were taught that essentially how to do 2-point and 4-point did not exist in painting before essentially the year 1100. That's what we were taught, or my understanding of it. And then that led to just a mass discovery and a new appreciation into art, which then accelerated the discovery into other art forms, such as like sculpting, essentially making its resurgence, and it being also just a time of like very, very great wealth within the nation.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of what we were always taught, is that it started with the discovery of foreshortening is the best way of thinking about it. And like, I mean, honestly, dude, I can remember the fucking feeling when I discovered foreshortening. That was one of the greatest moments of my life. The first time you foreshorten an arm correctly, I think that might be one of the greatest moments in art.
Yeah. Same with learning perspective. The moment you learn perspective, it's just like the dawn of something new in you.
I still can't do fishbowl.
Yeah, I have to relearn everything. So
I just never learned 5-point. It's just I don't know. I can't actually do it off the top of my head either. It's funny. I have to Bob Ross my perspective.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't actually know it off the top of my head. Perspective foreshortening. Perspective foreshortening, Helgrat, is the concept of something getting larger as it gets towards the page. So it's forcing 3 dimensions into 2, which would essentially be see how my hand gets so big, like or like in the comic book, if I'm throwing a punch, see, like, is my fist actually bigger than my head? No, but if you paint it or draw it at this angle, it absolutely is. And that's the concept of foreshortened perspective, or foreshortening within perspective. It's the idea of bringing something closer to the front of the frame, making it larger than the initial center of mass. So this is kind of where it gets really fun and interesting, where Mr. Pigments is great to talk to because he has a lot of high-end fine arts knowledge, and it's just really rad to see how it translates over. Exactly. Fist in the face looks big.
Yeah. Though most of my knowledge these days comes down to color theory. My history stuff haven't used in multiple decades. I used it in school, and that was basically it. And I'm trying to relearn everything now. So it didn't help. I had a car accident which caused me to get amnesia, and I'm still trying to like relearn how to speak. And that was 15 years ago.
Pretty bad conky.
Severe brain injury.
Oof.
I have narcolepsy now because of it.
Rough.
So
I got out lucky from mine.
yeah. I also have metal plates in my head,
Damn.
which is a nightmare when I go on planes. So I try to avoid flying as much as possible.
I avoid flying because I'm scared of flying. I don't even have a
That's
good.
fair.
I don't actually have good reasons for why I'm like, I'm just scared of flying.
Yeah. Oh, a little bit off topic, but the lead singer from Suicide Commando also has a fear of flying.
Oh, I mean, so my fear of flying comes from like I didn't have issues with heights or anything like that until I had my fall. But apparently, doing a swan dive off of a cliff onto concrete makes you kind of get afraid of heights.
Yeah.
My it's funny because like I try to deal with it. I'm constantly trying to like tell myself it's not a big deal, but my body just physically shuts down. And just kind of pulling a bit of the burnt sienna. Yeah, I really like the burnt sienna. It's got a really like, it's just got a nice warmth to it.
Oh yeah, that's vintage burnt sienna, by the way, because I
Ooh.
just couldn't find. So they actually stopped producing burnt sienna.
Oh,
Yep, it's now all synthetic because the train industry did not want the natural stuff, and the mulch industry didn't want the natural stuff because it was too variable in color.
oh,
It's the same with raw sienna and a lot of umbers now as well. They want the synthetic stuff because, well, it's cheaper than the natural stuff, and the color is more unified, so they can have like the same color or the same uh, discernible color, I should say.
Yeah.
Between batches.
about getting that color match at the end of it.
Mm. Yeah.
I mean, I do understand that desire too.
Yeah. And those are the last two holdouts. The art industry doesn't get any unique pigments.
Oh,
Well, I should say they really don't get any unique pigments from the large manufacturers.
okay.
The pigments that are made for art, you have lead white. For obvious reasons why that's not produced anymore industrially.
Because it's delicious.
Exactly. Children love it.
The secret
like
Big Paint doesn't want you to know.
Yeah. Let's see. You have Viridian.
Viridian is... I don't even recognize that name.
Viridian. So there's two Viridians, but PG-18 Viridian.
Okay.
I'll pull it up here real quick. I have some the pigment. That was almost a nasty disaster. I just dropped a bunch of pigments trying to grab the Viridian. So this is Viridian.
Oh, okay.
It's very similar to phthalo green in terms of look. So it's a little bit more delicate of a color. But the main thing is about Viridian versus phthalo green is that it is the tint strength on it is super weak compared to phthalo.
Ooh.
Which makes it really nice for art, but really bad for industrial painting. Where industrial painting, you want very high tint strength, so you can use less pigment.
I don't know if you knew this, but I just like a tiny touch of your burnt sienna and cobalt teal together. I'm sorry. That is an identical pigment to your manganese brown. Like you can hit the exact color of the manganese brown by mixing the burnt sienna and the teal there. Check that. That's fucking really cool.
Yeah. Yeah, that's almost like that's almost the same color.
I can definitely play into it a little bit more and get more of the warmth or more of the coolness by going either way, but like that's just showing off a lot of the versatility of these as well. Because like You need a ridiculously good eye to be able to do an actual like color match to something that's single pigment like that. It's just you're not going to be able to do it by eye most of the time, but it's okay. Getting close is good enough. And it just shows off how versatile they are, of how, like, most people wouldn't think I'm going to pull some teal into my sienna. And I'm really enjoying just how that works so nicely.
Yeah, I love the cobalt teal so much. It's so good. It's going to be sad when I have to switch off to the modern stuff.
I really like it, and it's one of those colors that I'm like, I try to use it sparingly, but I can't. Can't. I just like every time I use it, I'm just like, I need it. I need more. I need more. Not of the color. I find that I just always want to apply it. It's one of my favorite. Honestly, it's one of my favorite mixes. I find that it's just almost perfect for getting any color to look right.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because it's our current primary cyan, so it works super well for mixing.
That explains it. That literally explains it. It's like, oh, I'm using primary cyan. That's why it's working so incredibly for everything.
Yeah. Just imagine if that was manganese blue. It works so much better.
I don't know what manganese blue is. I've actually not used it.
Blue, they haven't produced manganese blue since 1993 because it was environmentally a problem.
Okay.
They claim that was because of workers' health, but no, it's because the EPA was saying we're going to sue you if you don't stop dumping the water.
Yeah, that's a good reason.
DuPont was killing fish and poisoning people outside of their workers from manganese blue because they kept dumping all the wastewater everywhere.
Oh God!
By cleaning it, so they still do it, and they keep getting sued for it, but they just kind of ignore the fees. It's just like, okay, yeah, cool, and then they continue to do it still, which is why DuPont's evil. But
that sounds like every large corporation ever, but also oof.
Manganese blue is the closest thing we have to cyan.
Oh, okay.
Cobalt teal is pretty close, but it's a little bit too green.
What about the cobalt cyan?
The cobalt cyan is kind of unique because that's a rare pigment.
Okay.
That is true blue.
Okay. The cobalt cyan is actually my fiance's. Like, of every paint I own, she's actually straight up said like the cobalt cyan is her favorite color.
Oh yeah,
it's
a fantastic color.
She's like straight up said she's like, I've never seen I've never seen something that color before.
Mm-hmm. It's let me go grab my manganese blue real quick though.
Let's see it.
Right behind me. So there we go. This is Cibigaiki manganese blue, so it's actually less chromatic than like DuPont's. But that's manganese blue.
Okay, I see the difference there. It's slightly lighter too.
Mm-hmm.
Slightly lighter.
It's also
a little bit less blue, also a little bit less green at the same time. It's literally a little bit. It's if cobalt cyan was just a little bit less of everything.
Right.
Would it be similar to like almost like a slightly lower chroma cobalt cyan? I don't even know how else to frame it then.
Yeah, kind of. This is DuPont right here.
Ooh,
if you can see the difference.
Fuck, that's pretty though.
Yeah,
those look nothing like each other.
Right.
Those look
they mix the
nothing
exact
like
same,
each
though.
other. Cool. Yeah,
so they stopped producing this version in the 80s, and they stopped producing this version in 1993.
I like when we do shared chats, except it's nice we can't see Studio Bo unless this video is chopped off. It's honestly, man, I apologize. We're usually a little rough on that one.
Yeah,
I am.
his video is in the left corner,
You-
and I can make it a little bit larger.
But yeah, we are actually using again. So I've been doing a project with Mr. Pigments, where I've been doing 3 busts from Pedro Fernandez works using exclusively his paints. And we finished the first one today. Been working on this goblin for a couple of months, and probably not going to be done him for a couple of months. Although I will say, I just got a lot of richness in the hood here that I wasn't really expecting to see there. So let's bring in a bit more of that teal, I think. Thin that out. It's also nice just having you in here while I'm using the paint sometimes again, because it's like being able to ask questions, being like, hey, should I use this or this for this?
Yeah,
Because
I get that.
I don't know exactly what I'm doing. I know it looks good, but I don't know what I'm doing. It's
Hey,
the
very,
mini
very
painter's
few of us
curse.
actually know what we're doing.
The mini painter's curse.
Oh yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing right now. So
That's a way better shadow color. Yeah, that's what I think, that folding the cyan in over the Mars black is going to be the way. We'll do the hard shadows, and then I'm just going to fucking re-render all of this. Why not? So one question for you. Do you have a preferred thickening agent? If I wanted to get something to closer to a heavy body consistency, how does one do that?
oh, I have it right behind me. This right here is something that I was thinking about selling actually as a thickening agent.
Okay.
Check this out. So we're gonna do not do what I'm about to do, which is mix it 50-50.
Okay. You're essentially showing off just what this can do
Right.
at its most
So-
intense.
Right. Because what will happen is it will actually, if you use too much, it will stop drying.
Oh.
Yeah. But we're showing it off. That's not 50-50, but that's close enough to like 20%.
Mhm.
But you see, this is an ink. You see how viscous that is, or not viscous?
Yeah.
Yep. Mix the two together. It's now heavy bodied.
Ooh.
So that's lapidite RD. It's not easy to find.
Okay.
You can use carboxy methyl cellulose.
Sorry.
Or methyl cellulose is the typical thing that you can find it under. You probably know what that is since you're a chef.
Mhm.
But you can use methyl cellulose. You don't need much of it. The most you should ever go is like 20%. The one tip I have about methyl cellulose is grind it up in a mortar and pestle for like 10 minutes.
I do have a mortar and pestle I use for making steak spice.
Yep, perfect.
Because that's because you always want it to taste, you always want your paints to smell like a nice ribeye. What's up, Tick?
Here, I'll put this in the right corner for you, Moose. I just have to. There we go.
Paint flavored steak seems inadvisable. I mean, speak for yourself. What if we're using ever delicious lead paint?
Yeah, Romans did love it.
I remember. Did I ever tell you about one of my friends had the lipstick story?
No, I don't think so.
She found a lipstick online that she loved, and it was like this beautiful bright red, and she started using it. She used it for a few months, and she started getting really sick. And when she went and finally saw her doctor, they couldn't figure out what was going on, so they ran a literal full blood panel. She had cadmium poisoning. This was only about 10 years ago, by the way. So it was real. She was buying cadmium red lipstick with actual cadmium. And I will say one thing. Her lips looked fucking great. But one of my friends gave themselves cadmium poisoning from their lipstick.
Yeah, that means it was vintage stock cadmium too.
She got really sick. I mean, she was also putting a lot of it on, and it's also, you remember too, people chew their lips. So, like, your lips are, almost like, there's almost always cuts on people's lips. So it's one of the most unsafe places to put those types of things anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Because, while it might not be absorbed through the mucosal membrane, it can enter the bloodstream through a cut.
Yep.
Cadmium lipstick doesn't seem great. Doesn't seem great, but it looks great.
Yeah. Man. It makes you wonder why they're using cadmium, though.
Probably because it was, at the time, I think it was cheap.
10 years ago, cadmium wasn't that cheap. It was quite expensive of a pigment. Though it is a high tint strength pigment, so you could technically use less and use a lot of chalk.
My lighting is off here, isn't it? Shit. Also, the Titan buff is such a wonderful color, too. Found myself using a lot of that. The hard part when I'm using all the cobalt is trying to remember not to wipe it with my fingers.
Oh, that's from DM. Thankfully, I checked my DMs because I noticed I had like 6 of them.
Oh.
Yeah, I hired an artist to do something.
Huh?
And he noticed something that neither or the other person noticed, and that's the legs. It looks like the legs on something I hired years ago is a tripod.
Oh.
My brain was like, oh, the leg is just hidden. No, it was drawn like a tripod. So I hired someone to do a friend's D&D character in watercolor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
I have a watercolor of one of my D&D characters. I did one of I did one of Testicles.
Oh.
I had a monk named Testicles the Fertile, because he came from one of the most fertile vineyards in his land.
Hey, lizard. That's such a dumb name.
What,
It's
testicles?
perfect for you.
It's
Yeah.
dude, it was literally just testicles pronounced with it was just testicles pronounced in a Greek
Oh, I know.
fashion.
Oh, I know.
The first time my DM saw me turn in the sheet, he's like, Boneless, you can't name your character testicles. I was like, no, it's testicles. Like Hercules. Any word that ends with les, we should just start pronouncing like it's Greek in origin.
I agree. We should do that. It'd be funny.
So if I wanted to go for a rust orange in your set, how would I do that? Because that's... I cannot remember how I did the rust tone from before.
I'd start with yellow ochre or yellow oxide.
Okay. Yellow oxide, maybe a bit of burnt sienna. And touch of anthraquinone.
Or pyrrole red if you want opacity.
I would, but I made the choice too early on in the project that we used the anthraquinone, and I'm not breaking palette.
Okay, yeah, anthraquinone red then. That would make the a perfect rust.
Okay. I've been getting challenged to Studio Boneless. Studio Boneless.
Yeah, well, you better lease some bones.
But yeah, I've been trying to keep myself to 10 colors to encourage mixing. To encourage like playing with the colors and
Shorzy, you ready? Give your
got a
balls
raid
top
coming in
tip,
from White
fucker.
Wolf.
You're going.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Frankie, you ready? You're going. Yeah. Judy, you ready?
Let's fucking go, Sanger.
Good, because you're going. Yeah. Hitch, you ready?
All hands,
Good,
boys.
because you're going. Yeah. Dolo, run him up and fill him in.
Une fois, mon Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going.
Yeah!
The best goalie in the no-show, Michaels, you ready?
You damn right, Sanger.
Good, because you're fucking going. Yeah. Pack mentality, boys.
Welcome in, White Wolf and Raiders. We are hanging out with Mr. Pigments, talking art, painting busts. Since you left, White Wolf, we finished... Hi, Mr. Lost on the Gaming Table.
You look like a
One of
cut
my
of
all-time
fuckable meat.
favorite people.
Are you?
Thank you for the follow, Grudge Forged. We just finished up. He's ready for mounting today. Check it, White Wolf. We finished up. Also, why I need to allow that auto mod console.
You look like a cut
You
of
angry Grizzly?
fuckable meat. Are you?
Yeah. So this was finally finished up today. Lots of little work with. I've never really played with mixing both gloss and matte to create wet and dry surface. But I think I did a good job as well using it to cover up where the airbrush spattered on him. It's looking pretty good. Yeah, he's ready for mounting. We got our dude getting shot in the head. And then just doing some work on the gobbo right now. If I went darker with that. Oh, I could actually just bring a little bit of teal in too if I need to get some more brown in that rust. Is it just me, or is the music volume very loud and Boneless volume very low? Is that better? Where's my microphone? Oh, my mic fell out of position. That was the issue. That should be better. Or that should be, there we go. That should be better. Yeah, my mic got knocked out of position. Although we can also drop music down just a wee bit. So yeah, how you? What? This is this rust tone's working really nice, Drez.
Yeah.
The I just gotta, I don't know, this armor isn't interesting enough to me. It doesn't have enough color in it. I feel like maybe it should be refracting a little bit of the pinks in a couple of the spots. That's almost better, because now I can almost hear what you're saying. Do you have the stream muted? Or do you have my stream volume turned down? Because on my end, I'm redlining.
I can hear what you're saying.
Okay. Just double checking. Because sometimes things are finicky, but little dotsy dots. Yeah, I can hear you just fine. Okay. Yeah, so White Wolf, how was stream today, by the way? If you got any pictures of what you want to show off, you want to drop a link to your Insta, any of your recent pieces, you know it's link friendly, you know you're more than welcome to. Yeah, the that orange mixture using the that's much nicer. I think I just need to make it a bit thinner and kind of just, because rust you don't typically want a lot of opacity on. You want it to build up in lots of thin layers. At least that's what I find.
Yep, that's another reason why I wanted transparent red iron oxide.
I mean, because you've got really good translucent, or like you've got really good transparency on the anthraquinoline, so it's a good substitute.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it just transparent red iron oxide is it's very similar to burnt sienna in terms of color, but it's more red and it's way more transparent. And it works so well for skin tones.
That's like an awesome White Wolf. So I've been having a great time using this set. Been having just like really good results on it. I do find that, like, yeah, so it was interesting that you, like, the phthalo blue ended up becoming kind of problematic with reactivation, but then testing it across various sets, we found that reactivation was just kind of an issue with phthalo blue. So, I guess actually a really good question, Pigments, is how do you plan on addressing that going forward? Are you going to keep phthalo blue in the set, or is there a different color that you feel you're going to swap it out for? Like, how just because you've got the microphone. Like, is there a way you'd like to see that addressed, or a way you plan on addressing it?
What I might do is I might just slap a label on it saying that it just has extended drying time compared to other colors.
Mm-hmm. That would honestly be fine.
Yeah, because like with the Mars Black, the biggest complaint I had about that during the first wave was it was transparent. You know how I fix that?
But that's what I like most about this is that it still has that like a
Right.
level of but it's a transparent warm black. Do you know how hard that is to find?
Exactly. Incredibly hard to find. But I
Yeah.
fixed it by just slapping the label transparent on there.
Then nobody gets mad anymore. But yeah, dude, it's I would say adding putting the warning on the dry time on that one would be a good way to deal with that. Like I'm good with that. Mostly because yeah, that's my only gripe with the set overall. And like I'm King Varnish, so like I didn't get affected by it because any layer peeling for me. That's okay. I appreciate it. Oh, glad to have you in here. By the way, are you going to be at SMC, Henrik? If so, we can share some puff in October. But yeah, that honestly, like the transparent Mars Black is extremely beneficial. I'm gonna sneeze my ads a bit too because just got rated into. Like it's like if Null Oil didn't suck.
Oh, it's a fantastic pigment. It's also a rare pigment too.
Particular because of the red shade, or
well, it's PPK 12. No one uses PPK 12. Everyone uses PPK 11 instead, which is the cool tone version.
but it's hard to find dark or warm dark colors, which is then kind of makes sense because you have access to a cobalt teal in your kit, which is we both, like you and I've established, you can mix cobalt teal into the Mars Black to create a cold black out of it.
Yep.
So it makes more sense to include the warm black with the opportunity to mix and create your own cold black instead than it is to just provide a cold black and no opportunity to create warmth within the shadows without having to understand full chromatic blending. I think that's a really like good choice.
Oh yeah, I mean a lot of thought went into doing this set.
I like it a lot. I mean, like I've talked very positively of it. I only use it for my display pieces. Other than but a couple times I found that like just like the anthraquinonin has gotten busted and the magenta. I can't bring myself to use the teal on anybody else's pieces though. Because like it's just like you're just, I don't want to waste my fancy paints on you. And then so was the reactivation for Thalos just like the slower drying time, or was it reactivation between sessions? So with sorry. With Thalo Blue Sentient, I was having an issue of reactivation because I use a very heavy brush pressure. Oh, we just lost Mr. Pigments. Mr. Pigments, did you just disconnect? Oh, we're still in the call though. You just on Twitch? Oh, his stream crashed. Okay. That's okay. No, as first one headphones, travel gas. I hope not enough to get Scandinavia's biggest Warhammer tournament. Hell yeah. Well, that's understandable, and hope that fixes up for you. And I'm stoked that you're at least going to get to the one. This one has like same like honestly, I got really lucky, in that just like we managed to get a place with some cheaper rent, which is why I'm streaming out of my kitchen now. And we're just waiting for Mr. Pigments to boot back up. And we will restart everything. But it was just very, very fortunate luck that I was able to make it happen this year. It was also just like, I don't know, seeing everybody's pictures last year. I was like, you know? Okay, we got the bubbling of the iron going on a bit there. We're gonna bring dude, this is looking that's looking pretty good. I think I need more texture. Oh, love how that's turning out. Thank you, Sentient. Also, welcome in. I held off on what I was saying until you popped in. I'll get Mr. Pigments back in as soon as his PC's up. I think he crashed. Yeah, so you meant when you asked about the Phthalo Blue, the issue with the reactivation comes from the fact that my brush pressure is too heavy. So I tend to scrub my models in a way I probably shouldn't. So when I'm running into those types of issues, it's often directly related to the fact that like I'm very heavy with my brush. Once like because of my heavy brush pressure, I found that I needed about 48 hours to let it fully cure and it wouldn't be an issue. But the other thing is noting that I also paint using airbrush thinners as a medium, which is would have been a lot of fun considering ChillCon next year. Honestly, same, but I'm also considering ChillCon because I want to surprise everybody by showing up to it completely unannounced. If I do ChillCon, I'm not telling anybody I'm going. I'm just going to show up at ChillCon and surprise people. I also want to call the museum, I think, about the Van Gogh exhibit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly the issue. He said on a stream. I say on a stream, but I'm not announcing if/when I'm going. I'm not committing. It's not like SMC where everybody knows where I'm going. You know, everybody knows I'm staying at the Queen Hotel. You know, that I'm gonna be like that one I've been very public about. And so Sentient, because yeah, you just popped over from Mr. Pigments. I'll let you see as well. So we're working on 3 pieces right now to demo Mr. Pigments paint sets. Also, I'm going to snooze the ads one more time because we got rated into. You guys deserve at least like 15, 20 minutes before you get hit with commercials. This is the first one we finished. This just finished today. I've been working on him for a while, but I finally hit a point where I'm like, I'm going to call him done. I'm happy with him. Fun fact, Uhu glue is not available in the country that I live in. So all of the gore here is sculpted from Mod Podge and Stillwater resin that I cooked and stretched using a hairdryer. But that this is the first one we finished. And then we're also working on you did a good job with the gloss control on that. Thank you. That was today's work. The gloss is all we did today. That's pretty much just that was like 3 hours of today. And then this is the other one we're working on. And this one is a troll being taken over by a plague. The inspiration on this one, I'm not sure if anybody in here is a fan of Gendy Tartakovsky's Primal, but this is 100% based on the Plague of Madness episode, and the color palette is pulled directly from the artwork. So essentially, it's me trying to recreate the Plague of Madness on a troll. So he's like, I'd say, he's at like 60, 70%. Hot glue may be an option, but requires some practice. Hot glue is a good one. Hot glue actually would be a really good option. And there we go. Just fuzzes that out a bit more. Do you think I need to add another layer of detailing to the face, guys? Like, or do you think that's good as is? Like, I'm pretty happy with how the face is looking on him. Could probably paint the eye. If I do the eye, though, I gotta get Chunder Fury out. I cannot paint an eye without my goggles. Very wet brush. I'm really excited to find out what this package is. I got something again. I got a random package sent for Studio Boneless. I just got a call yesterday from my buddy saying a Studio Boneless package just showed up at the PO box. I'm gonna message Grez really quickly and see what's going on. There we go. Sorry, I just had to message Mr. Pigments. Power just shut off. I'm back now. I just DM'd you. Just DM'd you, Mr. Pigments. So yeah. I've been taking good care of the class. Don't worry. A bit at the shoulder. Okay. That looks really nice. Yeah, working on these Pedro pieces has really just elevated my art, I feel. Especially in my, like, my bravery with color, right? Like, there is so much color in this metal. It's just, I'm mixing teals and pinks and blues and black and red, and like there's just it's literally it's almost every color I have mashed together right now. And what's crazy is the worse it looks and the more inconsistent it is, the better it's slowly approaching the realism that I'm aiming for. And yeah, oh, there we go. Mr. Pigment, set the collaboration request. That's the important one. Accept. There we go. And then I think that's all back on.
Okay.
There we go. Got you back.
There we go. That was fun.
Power went out.
Yep.
Oh, I got you twice here. Can you turn the mic off in the... Oh, never mind. That was my end. I got you. You're good.
Oh, okay.
And I got I've skipped 3 times now, guys, so ads are going to be about 1.5 minutes.
I'll turn my mic off just because there, and then start sharing chat. Perfect. Okay.
This is so cool. Some of these colors, I just can't believe that they work the way they work. It seems so silly, but yeah, like it blows my mind that. Also, can you turn your virtual cam on?
Yes, that's just what I was about to do.
Thank you. Sorry.
It is on, actually.
Oh shit! I don't have the virtual cams on in that. That's right. Okay. There we go. Yeah,
There we
that was my end. The fact that like I never would have thought to mix teal and sienna before today.
Oh yeah, teal and sienna. They neutralize each other, so they can turn black themselves.
And it's just
Good
such a nice color.
Mm-hmm.
Where else would the rust collect? Probably around here.
Am I just going to spend 3 hours today working on a bottle?
You might. I've done it before.
Yeah. It's practice anyways, so.
Oh my goodness, the rust is coming through. You're so fudging good. Have I gone too far though? I looked up what a flight to SMC would cost, 88, and about 20 your way. In the Netherlands, actually less than I spent. The hotels aren't cheap. I do know that. But yeah, we bought it because we were going because it was only like $900 for us to fly to the Netherlands versus like $600 to go to Vegas, and it's like at that point I'd rather just go to the Netherlands. What if I brought some Titan buff into that color?
Why would you go to Vegas anyways?
LVO.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
I'd go there for LVO. Or like this time I'm going because I have to go to a wedding, but also I just looked it up. It's gonna be 40 fucking degrees Celsius, and it's gonna be like 120. I looked at it, it's gonna be about 115, 120 degrees the entire time I'm in Vegas. Not looking forward to that. That is not a good temperature. Las Vegas Open. Yeah, it's a mini gaming convention, painting and Warhammer mostly, but I think that's what painting comp happens at LVO?
I think it's just LVO.
But LVO's a really good one for getting noticed by the right people. There's a lot of buyers at LVO. So it's I'm gonna sound like a dick saying it this way, but like honestly, like if you're a fucking broke artist and you're trying to sell your art, LVO tends to have my understanding is the LVO tends to have a few buyers of people who like actually want to purchase pieces there.
Yeah. I've done LVO before, and it has a lot of artists there, which was fantastic.
Plus,
'cause I always see artists, so
Plus, doesn't Wapelius run like a little painting thing like the entire time during that, or is that Golden Demon he does that at?
I have no idea.
Because there's also one of them he does Fort Wapel, and it's just like pretty much 2 days of him just like hanging out, and you just go in and hang out and paint.
Yeah.
He's such a rad guy. That's Adepticon. Thank you. Thank you. I was trying to remember. I was like, I know he does it at one of them. He's fucking great. Just an actual painting wizard. And so silly. What's funny is not only is he like such an incredible painter and he's also just like so lighthearted and silly and does it all effortlessly. Like he'll paint one of the most stunning pieces you've ever seen while just talking about college football for an hour. Actually, one of my favorite artists, like for mini painting.
Yeah, I can see that. He's a very good painter.
And he's all oils too, which I figured you'd like.
Yeah. You're just on too late for me.
That's usually it for me too. If I can, when I can pop in, I do. But like everybody knows, I go to bed at like 9:30. Fridays, I'll make an exception because I have my Friday night paint and hang.
Yeah. If I'm up that late, I'm probably just going to hang out in Eyeball Soup's chat for like an hour and then pass out. So.
Yeah. Well, that's part of why I also try to be on earlier in the day. Is like I'm just like there's too many great people on in the evening that I would rather watch in that time slot. Like, you know.
Mm-hmm. I know he's popular in my Discord with a couple people.
Wapel?
Yeah.
Oh, he's just a really nice person. It's hard to. He's one of those guys that it's like again, even if you wanted to dislike him, I don't think you could. You know the type.
That's what a couple people say about a few streamers that I dislike, but yeah, I get it.
He's very genuine though.
Mm-hmm.
Norway and Netherlands quite close to each other. Norway's dependent on flights. We have a BP 600 It's 600 Canadian to get to Las Vegas or 900 Canadian to get to the Netherlands. It doesn't make sense. In Canada, flying is very expensive in general. But yeah, it's literally halfway around the world to the sense that like I have the option of flying over the Kamchatka Sea or over North America and the Atlantic. What are your honest opinions about White Wolf and why do you think he's a dildo? White Wolf's great. I don't know if he's here right now or not, so I can't shit talk him. If he was here and I knew he was here, I'd absolutely have no problem calling him a dildo, but I don't know if he's here right now, so I can only say he's a fucking awesome person and a great supporter of the community. Although if he's
Yeah,
here, I'll call him a dildo.
Yeah, you really can't insult White Wolf behind his back,
No,
can you?
no, it's the same thing. You can make fun of him to his face. Just don't. It's we all run the same system. Dildo to the face, dough to the back. Gotcha.
Well, thanks for following, Mark Mania. How you doing?
Oh, Mark Mania is
We're
rad.
just talking art right now. Yeah, we're just talking art with Boonless and whatnot. So while I struggle in painting this bottle. Because I'm doing the dumb thing and not using my magnifying glasses.
How you doing, Mark? It's good having you in. Oh, and once again, you pop in, and it just so happens we're listening to, again, my favorite punk band from your city. Earth White Wolf was a dildo, glorious dildo dream. If you can't easily, right? Like he's not even a dildo. He's a Moby Huge. But
someone in my high school actually bought one of those and placed it at the on the soccer field or football field.
one of my friends owned one too. They just had it on their coffee table. They bought it thinking it'd be hilarious, and they were like, "I just spent $3,000 on a 3-foot rubber cock, and now I don't know what to do with it. So now it just lived on their coffee table." The concept of owning one is hilarious right until you own one. No, they had it. They bought an actual Moby Huge. It was quite funny, like 65 pounds of rubber dick. So I think my light is wrong right now. No. Okay, no. Tilt Goblin correctly. Might have spent all my mana. What did you buy? Did you buy the original Rogue Trader box? What ate the budget? Or good deal on Bretonians or Tomb Kings? I was unaware of the movie here until there go. I love how I just have to approve everything you're saying. 188 sealed 5th, 6th edition blisters. It's a pretty good. Are they pewter, fine cast, or plastic? Almost all metal with some plastic. That's a really good one then. That'll be a beautiful addition to the collection.
Yeah, I love my metal models.
I do too. They're I think it's the fact that like I know just kind of how difficult it is to sculpt a lot of them and just how much goes into getting those little pewter dudes to look that good. Like it I don't know. There's a lot of love in those sculpts.
Oh yeah. Question is, what should I paint the fire color? I'm thinking purple.
You know I'm always going to agree with purple or magenta. Magenta flames always look good, though.
any purple. I'm thinking PV55
Ooh.
or something like that. Though I don't want to do PV55. It's not completely light fast, and I'm neurotic.
I mean, nothing is completely light fast.
Though yellow ochre is. It doesn't fade at all.
Actually?
Yeah. Yeah. Yellow ochre is just a rock that you crush up into a pigment. We have examples of it, like perfect examples of it on Australia. Same color as the rocks you find. Like,
Ooh.
and they're like 50,000+ paintings. They're like 22,000, something like that. I don't remember the Australian ones off the top of my head. I know they're older than Lascaux.
That's
Or not
badass.
Lascaux.
Wizard arrives, and now I'm suing the seller. Oh no. Is it a reprint? Or damaged? Recast and a bad one? Oh, fucking hell. I did say that's why you need to get like the packaging on that one, because it is an issue with that. But that fucking sucks. I hope you're able to get that dealt with. Because when you're expecting pewter, it's pretty like I don't understand why people think they can get away with recasting pewter when it's very obvious when you pick up a pewter model and it's cast out of resin. Metal has the soul that plastic doesn't have, but it also has the weight that gamers hate, which is the reason why most nerd cases. Dude, I love the weight of pewter models. That's actually why I weight almost all my bases, so that way the models have that heft that pewter models would have.
That's a good question, Tent. I don't know. I don't think most people know.
There's some that's unfortunately too hard to lab test. I brought magenta with me, and no matter what, magenta solves everything. Exactly. Just put a little magenta in there. It'll be fine.
I needed to grab a paint, and I forgot what paint I needed to grab.
Was it purple PB something? Why don't you do cobalt purple? Or like a cobalt violet? Show off a color that people probably never seen in their life.
I could. I have some ready.
That's the actual reason I was like, I know you have some ready, which is why I'm like, why don't you bust out your cobalt violet and like just kind of show off some pigments that most people don't even know exist. It's the most when cobalt is in its violet form, it is both toxic and poisonous. As cobalt purple can be absorbed transdermally, correct?
It can cause chemical burns on the skin.
The upsides, other models arrived, arcane frogs, principal. Ooh, that's nice. Packaging was so off. That's unfortunate. Now I'm going to take a little bit of the rusty tone. I don't know why that's looking as good as that is, but you know what? We're just going to do that.
Oh, I might be putting 5 more paint sets up for sale soon.
Pick video and disc. Tinker Fairy has the light? Okay, 1 sec. I'm going to bring that up. Have a good one, Henrik. It's great to see you again. Thank you for popping in and hanging out. Yeah, no worries. It was great to have you here, and thank you again for popping in. Glad you were able to hang out for a bit, and hope you have yourself a great night. Let's take a look at what Jinxie did here, because I'm excited. Tinker Fairy's been... Let's bring this up here. So one question, Jinx, would be how much of that is painted versus lighted? Because I can see where you have the LED in. I can see how bright it is, but I can also see that you've painted in the color reinforcement along the LED. And I was curious how much of that is being done that way. That's fantastic. Let's see the video. Let's see if this plays. Oh wow, it's all the light? Yo. I hope that played for everybody. That was awesome, Jinx. That's awesome. I think you're gonna get bumped into Masters. Just saying, in the nicest possible. I think if you bring Tinker Fairy with you, I think you're gonna get bumped into Masters.
Wait, they do that at those competitions where they'll switch where you put it?
If they feel that if you can medal in a category up, they will bump you. Or they'll move you into a cabinet. Like if you have a piece that was like if you enter in standard or beginners, but they're like this could have gotten like a bronze in masters, they do understand that getting a bronze in masters means more than getting a gold in standard. Like it's we all know that. The division matters more than the ranking or the medal. So that's one of those ones where typically my understanding is if they feel you were able to medal a category up, they will bump you. But because it's both of our first like international competition, we're both entering in standard. But it also feels so strange that I'm like going to be entering into the same category as my coach / teacher because like I don't think we're on the same level, and it's strange.
See, I wanted to go to what was it? Nova Open and enter in the beginners category.
Oh,
Since technically speaking, I'm new to mini painting.
Mhm.
I just have art knowledge.
Yeah.
So
I was like, I could enter in beginners, but I've been painting for 12 years, so that would just be disingenuous. Like, I run a studio. I know I'm allowed to enter in beginners, but it feels like it would be disingenuous.
Mhm.
New to mini painting, sure. Peach.
Yeah, very new to mini painting. I've only been painting minis for what? I started during COVID, and then I painted for about a year, quit for like 4 years, and then I just recently started getting back into it.
Well, I think about like 6 months ago.
Yeah, about a year ago, a little over a year ago. Which is why like my backlog is so small, or my portfolio is so small, but my backlog is massive.
Mhm.
I've done scale modeling for 30 years on and off, but that mini painting and scale modeling are two different things.
This is True. Well, it's again too like
Yeah.
every scale is different. It's interesting because like for example, once you're any below 25 mm scale, it's all impressionism. Like you're just using color, just enough color to sell the impression of an idea being there. You're not refining anything. You're not doing any details. Like it's very almost Bob Ross in style, where you're just using smashing of colors to give the impression of what's. Yeah. Why Tomb Kings the superior army? Explain something badly. Tomb Kings are the superior army because it was the first Blood Bowl team that my wife asked me to paint, and it was the army that got her interested in miniatures.
There you go. Cobalt Violet.
It's a sexy color. If anybody's not
Yeah.
looking at Mr. Pigment's stream right now, I recommend you open his tab up directly for this bit here, because this is a color that is stunning.
Oh yeah. It's a color completely unknown to mini painting. Do I recommend it for mini painting? Not really. It's a color where you have to know your colors really well, understand your pigments, because of how weak tinting it is. It's such a delicate color that it makes for fantastic shadows on skin. And you can control your shadows for skin so much better, and you can get better gradients. Yeah. It's also a super transparent color, too. Like, one of the most transparent colors on the market.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to enter at the same level as Pascal either. It's you get it, Jinxed. It's always going to be a feeling of like the person you look up to is always going to be like, how I can't be doing it's like there does reach a point though where I mean, somebody, I think it was Spoonhandle said, like, typically people who stream on Twitch, while a lot of us might not feel like we're great painters, if we're at the point where we're already streaming it on Twitch, we're probably hardcore about it enough that we're already in the like upper echelon, top 10, top 15% of painters, as you have to be taking it pretty seriously to want to be doing it online in front of people. And I think we often just see the very, very like top 1% and end up comparing ourselves to that too much without recognizing that there's the other 85%.
Yep. And there you go. Cobalt Violet right there.
God, that looks so good.
Doing it as a wash so that I can paint over it. Because getting tiny details is kind of hard without my tiny brushes for me.
Oh,
I'm not one of those people that can use a size 2 and get like super fine detail.
that's fair. I was gonna say too. Yesterday I ruined all. I broke. I tried to go back in and do it. I ripped 3 transfers. So no, I'm gonna be doing any transfers on the no water decals on the undead team. So it makes me quite happy that we did the free-handed flames on everybody, because it'll make up for the fact that they're not going to be able to have any they're not going to have any decals on them or any numbers on them. Queen Magenta is so good.
Mm. Oh god, I love my Quinn Magenta.
It's it's my favorite magenta I've used. It is such high chroma. Honestly, like it is so pigment dense that you can turn it into dirty paint water and still get beautiful tints with it. Like it's such a strong color while also maintaining just such good translucency. Like it's or transparency. Sorry, translucent is the wrong. I get the two fucked up all the time. It's so transparent while also giving such good opacity that it's like this paint was almost designed for me to do this mind goblin.
Translucent is technically the correct one, but everyone calls it transparent. So
that's what I thought, because opaque is the one that we're technically. But yeah, it's a really really translucent paint, almost to the point of transparency. And but it's still at the same time so pigment strong that it's, or like so rich that you can. I've got this like beyond a wash consistency right now. Like this is actually dirty paint water I'm working with.
Well, I just did something I never do.
What's that?
I licked my brush.
The one time you're not supposed to do it.
Yeah.
Go rinse your mouth out.
No, it's fine. It doesn't give me chemical burns, actually. And I only used the tip of my lip and I wiped it off real quick.
Fair.
But yeah, little fun fact about cobalt violet. In order to get white to look more white, plastic companies actually put a little bit of cobalt violet in there.
Oh?
Which I'm doing right now. Titanium white is so blue and so strongly blue that they need to neutralize that blue somehow. A little bit of cobalt violet in there, and it will neutralize it.
And then like I'm doing like one of the things I'm using right now too is like just to keep that nice thin color, but also create those areas of brightness, is mixing tiny bits of Titan buff in to the magenta. Coming in nice and thin with it. Just a little bit of wet on wet. Start thinking about where the spell is going to be hitting from and bringing that area to a near white.
There you go. That's a little bit of cobalt violet in the white on my glove.
Wow. That's like
Notice how much whiter it looks.
Yes.
If we compare it to the same white I'm using, Golden So Flat.
It looks gray next to it.
You can kind of see a little bit of a difference there.
No, you can see a lot of difference. The one that's not mixed reads as gray next to it. Which is pretty strange to be saying about pure titanium white. For titanium white to be reading as gray, it needs to be against an I don't know. I've never seen that before. Okay, I'm gonna rinse my brush out really quickly. And then what are we thinking with the honestly, I think the front of him is like really good. I think all of that's probably pretty close to done, other than the linens. We got to do the shoulder pad, the his hood, and the back because it's gonna get spun because it's going on I don't know. Unless I put it on a square plinth, then I don't have to worry about that. For anybody doing fancy painting, good to note, if you put something on a circular plinth, that is encouraging people to spin it around and look at your model from 360 degrees. On a square plinth, it tells viewers that there is a specific viewing angle I want you to look at this from. Hi, Mimir. But yeah, it's your sentient. It is all a sliding scale of like what is between translucent and, I mean, true opacity doesn't exist. That's why we have to apply everything in layers.
Why am I doing non-metallic metal?
Because I told you to earlier.
But I hate doing non-metallic metal. It's so tedious.
Damn straight. It's good to do though. Exercise and tedium is good for the soul. Okay, that is. I think I need to. What I need to do here now is just to take that thin. I need to. You know what? I'm gonna do what Jinx told me to do. And we are gonna shine a light on the model. That is what that's one of the things we were practicing in the lesson, is how to use actual lighting to see if you've placed your stuff correctly. So it means the light's coming from here, which means if I zoom it in to there. Are you kidding me? I've actually placed almost everything pretty much spot on. Yeah. Crazy.
Oh, there's one thing that you'll notice about my paints. I didn't go super ultra matte with them like a lot of hobby companies do.
I did notice that, which I'm perfectly okay with. I know in miniature painting, if you didn't know, the reason people like ultra matte is because we want lighting control. And we essentially want to be able to control the lighting in a way that you can't when you have an actual reflection. But there are times where you want that. There's times where satin is good. There's times where there's times where your satin is a good effect. There's times where gloss is good. There's times where matte's good. There's times where ultra matte is good. I usually will spray everything ultra matte and then I will paint on gloss where I need it because I would rather have more control over the lighting in that fashion. But I also don't have any issues with that because there's an advantage to that semi-matte, to that semi-gloss that you were talking about here. And you noticed how when I was shining the light on the model, it reflected in a way that let me see that everywhere that turned white is going to be getting direct sunlight.
Yep. That's the reason why I went matte, but not ultra matte. So that you could do those lighting techniques a lot easier.
But that made that really easy to read, which was quite nice. And then it also tells me that all the folds need to be brighter because that's actually catching the most light. This is weird. This feels wrong, but I just checked it, so I know it's not.
Light is weird.
Lighting is
Sometimes
weird.
you get-
Sometimes, right?
Yeah. Sometimes to get good lighting effects is not to do it realistically, it's to do a fantasy thing. Because lighting has very harsh steps to it.
I fully agree
And
with that.
sometimes it just doesn't work. Also, hi Peach.
Like, and the thing is like I know I can like I can glaze or blend all that out. And it'll be fine. I just need to get the peaks and the folds.
I always forget that the flesh tone mixed without white in it is perfect for leather.
I don't actually mix a lot of white into my flesh tones.
I do because I start with a very, very base of a skin tone.
Yep.
Starting from burnt umber.
It's quite dark for just basic flesh. Hey, Mimir, what are you doing? Cat's being a weirdo.
Well, my skin tone recipe is burnt umber, coral red, and bismuth yellow. Or right now it's manganese brown because I didn't feel like getting my burnt umber.
It's that's really funny because my skin tone recipe comes out of your set, but it's Quid Deep Magenta, Yellow Oxide Light, and Titan Buff.
Yeah. Which Titan Buff is still technically a white.
It's ivory.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people disagree with me on it. I distinguish ivory and white very differently because I am against using true white in my art. Unless it's like maybe using like a little bit of like zinc white to get some final like, touch highlight kind of things. But like I typically don't like using titanium white.
I gotta get you on the zircon white train.
I will gladly try out a zircon mixing white.
Let me show you this zircon white here. So this is from Schmenke.
Hmm?
If you know Schmenke, you know they're a quality paint brand.
Yes.
But okay, so this is the manganese brown right here. I'm just going to mix a little bit of the it in.
Yep.
Now I'm going to mix a lot in. But see how little it tints the brown?
Yeah, you're maintaining a lot of your you're maintaining a lot of the color intensity without desaturating it.
Right. It mixes like lead white.
Okay. But less toxic?
Way less toxic.
And is it a finer grain?
I'd say lead is a finer grain.
That's fair. Well, that's the advantage to lead is that's really the selling point of lead is that it's such a fine pigment. But that's also why it's so dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Because it can be absorbed transdermally. Anybody that does not know, that means can be absorbed through skin contact, making it toxic. Toxic is you can't touch, poison is you can't ingest, and venom is it can't go in your blood. Easiest way of remembering it. It's can't touch it, can't drink it, or can't inject it.
Yeah. No, you can touch lead metal and it'd be fine. I don't know about the pigment.
I mean, we have problems here because we're still using lead pipes. for our drinking water.
Hmm. Oh, we still do in the U.S. as well. We're slowly changing them out, but it requires a lot of money to do it.
We're in the same position
Um,
right now.
The only reason why my area stopped using lead pipe is because we had a hurricane which wiped out our entire drinking water pipage. And then we had a frost which destroyed a lot of pipes as well.
Never been thankful for a hurricane before.
Oh, yeah. No, like the hurricane, we still owe like what, $1.8 billion or something like that to the government?
Katrina?
No, Helene.
Okay. Well, I don't know, man. They're still dealing with the Katrina aftermath from fucking 20 years ago.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just being
I
clear.
know.
Is that like that one? Like, I'm sorry. I know Helen was bad, but I always think Katrina because I was like, yeah, that's the one that like 20 years later there are places that are still fucked from it.
Oh yeah. I can't wait to get out of the South to move to the South.
Different part of this, going from the south to the less south.
Yeah. I'd be moving to actually not far from where War lives.
Yeah, you were mentioning you're looking Richmond,
Yep.
which is I've heard like I've heard really good things about Richmond as a city. In that it's a very like it's an weirdly an artist hub.
Oh yeah.
And it's
I'm very
one of the
excited.
most like progressive, probably if not the most progressive city in Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just kind of blending out those folds now. My cat is sitting at my feet, and I think he wants to be fed, so I'm going to just run and give him some kibbles really quickly so he doesn't accidentally get his tail run over. Hey, Mimmer, you want some kibbles? First time chat. Also, welcome in. How do you get such strong shading skills? The Rat Man, you pay Jinxed Artwork to teach you how to do it. Also, you paint for about 14 years. I've been working on this model for several months. Welcome in, Ratman. Appreciate you popping in. Appreciate the first time chat. You got here right as I was feeding my cat. And yeah. But my understanding of shading and silhouetting is really coming from my lessons that I've been taking. Although it really is practice.
Oh, you just said the naughty word.
Practice?
Yep.
That's all art is. It's practice, practice, practice. There's no such thing as skill. None of us are good at this nobody starts good at art. That's not true. You have the weird, every now and then you'll see savants, but a true savant is actually so fucking rare. You know, it's the truth is almost nobody is inherently good at art. Some people practice more than others. Myself, I've been doing Warhammer professionally for about 2.5 years now, but I've been running an art studio for almost 4 years, I think, 3.5. And I've been, painting toys, painting Warhammer, painting canvases, drawing my whole life. But like Warhammer, at least since I was, I think I started when I was 17, so it's at least 15, 16 years now. I can't do math. But yeah, welcome in.
Well, you are American.
Technically, yes.
North American.
And it's honestly, again, you're not wrong on either account.
At least you're not American.
That's true. I had
Our
the
math
I had the
horrible.
I had the very raw luck of getting born on the north end of the border, despite having an American parent.
Oh, if only I was Canadian. Imagine that.
I imagine a Canadian Drez would be pretty much the same thing, except getting in fist fights all the time, because Canadians have like really short tempers for some reason. For a nation of people that are notoriously known for our politeness and our friendliness, anybody who gets to know us realizes that, like, damn, Canadians have really short tempers. Just like you need cue of that. Watch myself for ginger beef. Why does this sound like Velar Talk? I don't know what that is. Was it a song that was playing or a band? Yeah, Ratman, I'm sorry if that's not the answer you're hoping for. But typically, for myself, I practice every single day. I paint several hours every single day, and on top of that, I have a coach. And I get private lessons because even at the upper echelon of painting, we still need help, and we still always need to seek somebody who can offer us a set of fresh eyes that we might not have. But yeah, I appreciate the question.
And yeah, that is a band. It's a black metal band. They sounded familiar.
If it was black metal playing, it was probably Goat Whore. You get experience and you level up. Sometimes it's a grind. Exactly. But honestly, like if you need, what I would recommend is feel free to ask questions, If you want, Ratman, if you have any photos of your artwork, or if you want to like link your Instagram or something, I can take a quick look at it for you and see if I can offer any suggestions of kind of what your next step might be to kind of get you there. But this is a beginner-friendly stream. You can ask any questions you need. I'm more than happy to talk you through and help you through it. Drez here is a good friend of mine. He's got extremely great technical knowledge, really good on his color theory, really good on his art knowledge. I'm really good with my just practical stuff that is, I don't understand how I do it, but I do it. So we'll do our best to, help you level up. But if you want to get strong shading skills, I think one of the things that I've learned in miniature painting and in painting in general is that it's actually a lot easier to start with a highlight color and then go figure out how dark you want to go. So I used to always pick a midtone and a shadow and then highlight it back up. And what I've found is establishing what I want my highlight color to be and then working backwards is actually a lot easier for me. So I like to start with everything at everything closer to its brights and then come through and adjust. For yourself, Drez, what's your approach to shadows?
Slap an oil wash on and call it a day.
That's always a good way of doing it. That is always a good way of doing it.
I a lot of the time I'm in such a huge rush of time to get things done because a lot of the stuff I do is commission work. Oil wash is really the way to go for me.
Oils make things fast.
Despite me having to wait 3 days for it to dry.
It's worth it for the result.
Mhm.
I'm gonna
Oh yeah. I always say, give me like things will get done in a week or so. Which, as a commission studio, that's quite fast turnaround time.
Mhm.
Not the fastest out there, because if I'm not doing an oil wash, I could get it done in a day. But I always say, like, give me a week, and yeah.
Usually it depends on the projects for me.
Oh yeah. Well, I found that I only offer 2 tiers.
Mhm.
I offer basic and I offer display.
Yeah.
And nobody takes up display. Because everyone is like, how the basic works is you give me your budget and I work with that.
That's pretty much how I paint. Is they tell me how much they're willing to spend on it, and then I paint something reflective of that. If we got to work with something, that's a little bit cheaper, I can do that. Although you get some people that'll be like, I want you to just make this one model incredible, and it's like, okay, I'll do that. I'd absolutely love to do that. In fact, I do often send stuff out to a bit of a higher standard than I agree upon, mostly just because I'm slightly afraid of like the whole, like somebody saying that they bought a piece from me and then other painters being like, like shit talking it or being like, oh, that's, So I always try to send out my work at a slightly higher quality than agreed upon, just so that way it's like, I can at least confidently say no shit leaves my shop.
Yeah. I do have things that I'm not proud of that have left my shop.
Mhm.
But the client was like, I like it like this.
I did that
So-
once, and I told the client they weren't allowed to they weren't allowed to credit me with it. Like it was contractually that they were not allowed to tell people that I painted it.
Mhm.
So I've done it once, but I John Doe'd my work, and I don't like doing that. If you have like if I can't publish my work under my name, I don't want to be releasing it, right? Like it's just and
Yeah,
I
I fully get that.
think I'm gonna be. It's almost 3 o'clock here. I'm probably gonna be live for like another 20-ish minutes, and then we'll just take everyone. We'll raid into you here, Drez. Drop the class off with you.
Nope, I'll be alive for another hour or so.
Sounds good. Because yeah, I am a little over 5 hours at the desk now, and I'm trying to keep my paint sessions limited to 6 hours.
Yeah.
Mostly because it's apparently it's really not healthy to sit at your desk for more than 6 hours at a time.
It really isn't.
Hydrate, nerd. I will. Aha. But yeah, I'm sorry if that answer is not really the answer you were hoping for, Ratman. But I mean, and again, sentient. Like I do really long sessions quite regularly. Because I run my studio full time, so I paint at least 40 hours a week. But on Fridays, I typically try to keep myself limited to the 6 hours for my stream, because I do a Friday night paint sesh as well. So I hang out during Jinx's streams Friday nights, because like good source of information, and it's nice to hang out. So I try to keep myself limited to 6 so I can also come back and do my 2 hours in the evening. Also, my wife really likes it because it means that she gets like the living room to herself and can play video games on Friday nights when she gets home from work. And doesn't have to deal with like, like, oh, do you want to pick a movie or this or that or the next thing? It's just like, okay, I'm gonna like we've so she likes that she gets her place to chill in her time too. So it's a good system. Okay. I'm gonna do something I wouldn't normally do here, but I'm gonna think in a circle. I'm gonna channel my inner Pascal, and I'm gonna try and replicate a bit of his circle theory. Huh. That is easier than I thought it would be. Okay, and then I think this will also have to come in. So... And man, I get really quiet when I'm focusing in on the display painting. I always forget that part when I'm doing the when I'm working on like the goblin. That I'm like, right. It's a lot harder to talk when you're painting like this one, because I got to think about what I'm doing instead of just like, I don't know, when I'm doing Warhammer, I can just turn my brain off and slap colors, because it's always just like paint it this, shade it, highlight it, edge highlight it. Looks good.
Yeah. But with display painting, it's so much more complicated, and you have to think more about it.
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. There we go. Okay. I think that's... I think that's working. What the fuck? How did that work? Uh-oh. I'm doing a thing and I'm not understanding what I'm doing, but it's working, and I'm going to be like, great, now I don't know how to do this again. But yeah, normally, for those of you that don't know, I talk more a lot during my streams. I'm usually way more entertaining than this. I'm really focused right now on what I'm doing because it's not within my usual skill set, and I'm really trying to hit that next level.
And then I go silent on my streams all the time because I typically don't talk that much in real life.
I don't like talking that much in real life anymore because I talk too much on stream. The more I stream, literally, the quieter I've gotten in real life.
I get that. I talk so much I talk way more than I do on stream than I do in real life as well.
That's just
Which is
it.
saying something, because I will go quiet for like 10 minutes because I'll just be absorbed in painting. Because I'm trying to get something done.
I find I feel like 10 minutes is longer than I would normally go. But I definitely have been there though, where I'm like, yeah.
When I first started streaming, I didn't even talk for like an hour because nobody was in chat. I'm like, wait, I should just talk anyways.
That was the first thing oh man. So that's what I did when I first started was trying to learn how to just talk at nothing. Because that's also actually interestingly enough is it's a skill you kind of end up needing to develop, especially when you do like co-streaming or anything like that, because you don't really engage with chat all that much, or you don't really engage with chat to the same degree when you're doing like a co-live. And it's the same thing like as chat as like channels get bigger and bigger, it actually gets harder to engage with chat more and more and more as it gets busier and busier in streams. I'm not really at that point myself, but that's part of why it's actually quite good to develop the skill of talking at nothing, no matter what, because it will.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's kind of streaming. Yeah, I think that's like especially with the miniature painting side of it is it's a lot less about the sit there and be my dancing monkey and more about this is kind of a category where people stay live for quite long periods of time, and they'll usually have music on in the background. It tends to be something I've noticed people use in the same way that we used to use like daytime television. People just kind of put it on, go about, do their thing, and they want something that's easy to follow where they can pop in, listen for a couple minutes, chat, go back to what they're doing.
That's kind of how I am with Twitch. It's like I'll chat for a little bit and then I just kind of fuck off and do whatever I want.
Yeah.
I'm
the same way.
I'm typically pretty busy, so
I'm not. I'm a full-time Twitch streamer. I'm pretty much as like not busy as it gets. I wish I could claim busyness as my excuse, but I just usually get distracted and walk away from my desk. I'm not busy. I was just playing with my cats. And um Oh my goodness, that is almost ready. That's not true. That's not almost ready at all. The other thing I was going to say, if you're still in here, Ratman, the other skill that you might see that's making the shadows look as strong as they are is the use of what's called Terminator lines. So I am placing really, really thin, bright lines and really, really dark lines right beside each other. To create that extra layer of shine.
Okay.
And this one here.
It's coming along. I still have a long ways to go.
That's coming along nicely, dude.
It's not supposed to be display painting, but it's just supposed to kind of be like, I'm comfortable with this.
Having some fun. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
You're just painting up a friend's D&D character for them.
Oh no, this is mine.
Oh, then hell yeah, dude! Just painting up your D&D character. Like you're just having
Yeah.
fun with it. You can.
Yep.
It's the beauty of it, especially when it's like your gaming piece. You can paint it as much as you want, or as little as you want. Your decision to make.
Plus, I'm having fun with Cobalt Violet.
I am gonna be honest. I am not having fun trying to get this armor, but it's looking way, way better than it did earlier today, I think. I don't know if you would agree with that, everyone. I think we've gotten him, like the front, I think we're good on now, other than, we might need to do a couple little... Still amazed at how small mini painters work. To be fair, this is quite large.
Yeah.
Like this is a 72 millimeter bust, so it's actually quite a forgiving scale. I know it might not seem that way at first, but if you do painting or mini painting in general, like if you're already a traditional artist, you would have absolutely no issue coming in and working on at 72 mil. Like 25 mil can be a little challenging. I do find like, when I'm getting into like, again, 25 mil, this is where it can be like a little more challenging and like really needing to focus in. But that is where I think I'm going to wrap for the day. So we're going to raid into Drez. So I'll go see Mr. Pigments. And Mr. Pigments, thank you for doing the co-stream with me today. Quite enjoyed this, and it saved me a lot of having to talk and having to think about what I'm saying. Thank you also to the people from Mr. Pigment's channel who followed today. I really appreciate that. Let's take you all over to finish up the stream. I will see everybody on Sunday.